Okay, hi everybody. It's the January 11th Historic District Commission meeting. I'm Christy Harpst. I'm the program manager, and we are going to start the workshop today with a presentation by Jessica Hinman for 1701 The Plaza. Before we get started, though, I wanted to note that Nichelle Hawkins is serving as chair today, and so we're welcoming her. And then I have a quick update for the commission. Just a reminder that next week is we're having a special called meeting on Wednesday, January 18th. And any case that's not heard at today's meeting will be heard at the beginning of that meeting. I'll make this announcement again throughout the day. And then the commission, I spoke with y'all back at our December meeting about a retreat. We had a great retreat with SHPO back on November 4th, and unfortunately they ran out of time for their presentation, and they're coming back, and they want to come back on March 2nd. So I was thinking kind of similar timing, a morning session, wrapping up around lunchtime. How does everyone feel about that timing? Or would you prefer, an evening or later in the afternoon timing? It's Thursday, March 2nd. And you can get back to me. I think so, yeah. I think that seems to work. So we're not splitting up your day by meeting in the middle of the afternoon. And then, Nichelle, once we call the meeting to order, after you do your chair speech, can we jump to approving meeting minutes before we start with application number 1? Thank you. Okay, anything else from the commission or Nichelle for the good of the order? Okay, we're good. Well, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica. Jessica, thanks for coming back. The floor is yours. Let me know how you'd like to proceed through the presentation.
Thank you. So this is a project that we've been working on in our office for a very long time, for the better part of this past year. It's a very small house on the corner of the plaza in Kensington. It's an American small house, and it's got some craftsman and picturesque cottage and Tudor influences. The historic photos actually are mostly just the tree cover, and Cindy searched far and wide for me for those, and all we can see is the trees. But I can say with a lot of confidence that what we're looking at in these photos is really the historic house. It does not appear to have undergone any changes. And it's very well known in the neighborhood. It's been on the home tour countless times. And the interiors really do have some defining characteristics of this house too. It's a very tiny house with a very compact footprint, but it has a very grand hall with a curving wall in it. So we've met with Christy many times over the course of the past year about our challenges with this project, because we don't really have a great toolbox for expanding American small house with solutions for this. And the homeowners, they really have a pretty modest program. They have 2 children, and they want to be able to add a bathroom such that they have a bedroom suite and a bedroom and a home office. It's not a huge program. So I have probably more exhibits than I need to go through here, but I wanted to have them in case you needed to reference them. This is the side of the house along Kensington. The next slides are the context, which we probably could run through quickly. Suffice to say, our proposals that we're going to talk about today are nowhere near the tallest of this house type, within 2 blocks in each direction, and nowhere near the widest. So we're not concerned at all about that. The existing houses, his details are on slide 5, and you can see some of the defining characteristics of the house there. We have gable forms with very shallow rakes. We have shed forms with longer eaves. We have this offset gable in front, and we have some curved elements. Then what I want to do today is, if you can go to the site plan, we've really struggled with, we've looked at probably about 20 different directions for this project, and have really struggled with finding the direction that is the least impactful to the context and to the historic house. And part of what we're looking at with the context is again, it's got two front elevations, right? So the Kensington context is as meaningful to us as the Plaza context, and those two are very, very, very different. We've looked at the project, again, from many different directions. What I've got shown today is one direction going straight out the back and staying one story, and two directions that are a minimal increase in the overall ridge height, but retain the historic ridge in a recognizable way for a 1.5 story, so that we can pocket the bedrooms and offices into the eaves of the house. Our goals are to preserve the street-facing rooms from the interior, which I know are not in the jurisdiction of the historic district, but they are really defining characteristics of this house in this neighborhood that the neighborhood has come to know very well, and preserve that historic hallway, to preserve the windows, of course, and to maximize the legibility of the historic structure and the reversibility of what we're doing. And again, to make the minimum number of moves and add the least kind of street-facing mass possible, so that it's the least impactful change to the house and to the context. So Christy, if you can go to slide 7, we're referencing a recently approved project that's really very similar in nature. This again is an American small house with craftsman influences. This is much more craftsman than ours, obviously, but you can see the before and the after. These were taken from Google Street View in 2019 and 2022. This was approved in 2020. The ridge extension is 3 feet 6 inches. You can kind of barely see it in the after photo where it rides up, but is set back from the face of the house. And there's a very modest dormer added. The addition, all of the programming of this addition is put on the far corner of the house, furthest into the lot, so that there's really no awareness of the addition from either of the street views. The only awareness that anything has been changed is this little peek over where the ridge has been extended, and what I would call a modest dormer. And to be clear, this peak over here, it's not a separate form, it's an extension of the main ridge. It's just, this is the perspective from Google Street View. So what we'd like to do is, we would like to put an addition furthest into the corner, and we would like to preserve all of the historic corners of the historic structure, and just pocket this addition on the back corner there. And then we'd like to put a porch on the Kensington side to preserve the grain. You can see the spacing and the depth of Kensington are so different, right? And there's really nothing long along Kensington. The Kensington Avenue street face is highly visible because Kensington is so wide and doesn't have sidewalks. The curbs are pushed far back to the property lines. The next slide is the Zoutwell surveys. What we're hoping is a viable direction for this project again is to ride the ridge up minimally. We think we can do it in 3 feet. And I should say this project has a lot left to design. We are really only exploring massing and roof form, and this idea of like legibility, preserving the defining characteristics interior and outside, massing and roof form, and the least impactful change. So we'd like to ride the roof up a little bit, put a very small shed dormer up there, and we'd like to put a porch on the back, but create the porch such that it's legible as a void so that you can see all 4 corners of the historic structure in the project. The bottom is along the plaza where we'd like to ride the roof up. We don't know exactly how wide that would be, but it would not be to the edges. It would be set in on both sides so that the historic ridge would be highly legible. Slide 10, I will go through quickly just to say we're at a very early schematic stage with this design. So these are very blocky drawings and there's a lot left to be designed. But the bottom row is the view from the street. And so the idea is we're pocketing that addition way back in the back corner as far as possible. It's 50 feet back off the plaza. It's about 35 or 40 feet back off of Kensington. And so the views from the streets, you cannot see the addition because it's pushed so far back into the corner. 11, we've done these photo montages. These are kind of complicated to do. Things get a little bit skewed, so they're not perfect, but hopefully they demonstrate this is the view from the plaza kind of corner. And number 12 would be the view from the same corner, but further over towards the Kensington side, slide 12. So again, taking the ridge up about 3 feet, but holding it back on the sides so that the historic ridge is legible, but we can establish the height necessary to get some space up there into the eaves. Then the massing would be that little sliver of new, face of gable wall, the modest dormer, and then the void of the porch. Okay, so I'm including 2 other considerations that we put in here because I feel like these are the logical questions to ask about this project. And this is a scheme that we did that goes straight out the back, which of course is what our standards suggest. And we're showing that again in perspective on the 3rd and 6th image here. Our concerns obviously have to do with the length of the house in this project, in this scheme. In this one, we're taking a void out of the back and putting a trellis in. We don't even feel like it can accept a porch. But this is adding the parents' bedroom suite, the bedroom and the office here on the main level, and a side entrance off of Kensington. But it really does, because it's such a tiny house, it really does double the length of the house and fills the lot, which, since we have the map view of the plaza in Kensington, is inconsistent with the context. The homeowner's concern about this one is that it pushes a lot of the living space further back onto Kensington, and the reason they bought a home on the plaza is because they wanted to live on the plaza, and they really do use those front rooms of the house on the plaza, which are far removed. Slide 14 is this version imposed on the photos. Christy and I met about this, and I think the thing you said to me is that it felt like it was turning the house into something that it wasn't. And slide 15 is another strategy that we have used successfully on American small houses on infill lots, but it really was not working for us on a corner lot. We felt like the issue was because we can't get the height that we need, because we don't have the width of that ridge, it pushes the dormer into a larger proportion, which on an infill lot we can hide very easily, but on a corner lot we cannot hide as easily. And the other piece is that it sort of inverts this hierarchy of the roof forms in a way that on an infill lot is really not clear, but on a corner lot is very clear. So that's everything. What we're hoping is that we can get some level of feedback from the commission on the massing and legibility of the house, and whether this strategy is one that we can move forward into the design phase with. Christy, did I miss anything from our meetings?
No, I think that sounds good. Michelle?
All right, thank you, Jessica, for that very thorough presentation. Commissioners, any feedback for the prospective applicant? Commissioner Barr?
My main concern with both options is, as well as we do, how it relates to our guidelines is, whether the addition can be removed or, how it attaches to the existing house. So for the first proposal, I think my concern is that, we're touching a lot of the roof here, especially since we're raising the existing roof height. And that, it just, especially since it's a corner lot, it seems like it's impacting the existing roof line very much. So same thing for the second option where we're going straight out back, while we're not going upstairs as much and affecting that roof line. The addition does seem almost the same size as the current house. So as far as it being, seeming secondary or, like an additive process, it seems like we're almost putting 2 houses and combining them. So, at least from where I stand, that's what I feel like. Can I ask what is the current height of the ridge? Because I have the same problem on my house on Thomas. It's, there's very little space upstairs. So the only option is to go up or back.
I can tell you that. It's 20 feet.
From the ground to the ridge, yeah. So,
Yeah, we can't stand up in that space out there.
So I mean, it's a hard challenge. So, I mean, that's just at least where I stand on as far as ridge height and then massing.
Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any commissioners, any other feedback?
I would reiterate what Chris said. I feel the same way. I think this does give us an example of the limitations of an American small house. I mean, you can't make an American large house out of an American small house unless something gives somewhere in the guidelines in a big way. And one is the massing of the roof in one example, and then the doubling of the house behind itself on the street side. There's only so much you can do with that size of a house.
Oh, and sorry, one thing I did want to add too, I don't know if any commissioners have comments related to this, but on the first iteration, Jessica, I don't know how other commissioners feel, but as you know, like, no wider or taller than the existing house. I think, we do go taller, but we also go wider, part of that being a porch. So I don't know how strict we would be with that, but as far as built environment and perceived massing, I would think we would look at that as being wider than the existing house. So, again, without thorough analysis, I'm not sure how we would necessarily rule on that.
And Commissioner Goodwin, I think you had,
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I believe you said you were preserving the original ridge height. I'm a little confused on that.
Yeah,
Is it being raised or is it
so,
preserved?
so all of the concerns that have been presented are definitely our concerns too, which is why we're here today and why we've had so many meetings with Christy about it. The ridge is legible and reversible in the manner of the recent approval that we cited, which is that slide 6 maybe, or 5, 7? So this is the recent approval, and the idea is that it's really very obvious what the original narrative of the house was in the addition, and that the addition is all pushed back towards the far corner where it's not apparent from either street face. And the ridge height in the precedent, the two agendas that I could find, one of them said 4 feet 6 inches and one said 3 feet 6 inches in the increase in the ridge height. We're suggesting that we could do this in 3 feet. The other goal is again to preserve all 4 corners of the historic house from the interior and the exterior, and to keep the void on Kensington. So from our perspective, it's not going wider. We're pushing the addition back to the back corner because we're keeping the void and because the historic wall turns back and has the same, we're preserving fenestration and such on the historic wall in the back too. It's the intention to affect as little of the historic structure as possible. It's really that back room that's affected. It's the furthest from the 2 corners.
Commissioner Barth?
I started to keep
Okay.
butting in here, but so the front, or I guess the Kensington facing gable, that roof is being increased partially, and then the back half of the historic house, is that roof being rebuilt to achieve a higher ridge height to
That is correct.
present
Yes,
occupiable space?
that's
Yeah.
how we're getting the
Yeah.
space. Yeah.
So, I mean, the example you presented that was approved in 2020, obviously our guidelines were adopted in 2021, so I don't know if there's any difference there with regard to additions, but, at least with, I kind of have an issue of reconstructing the roof too, because they are existing historic elements, roof line elements too. So, I mean, it seems like a major change.
I think the applicable guidelines to this project were adopted in 2017. Is that correct, Christy? So this one complies with the same standards as we have right now for roof form.
Gotcha.
And this one, in fact, I don't know if you guys remember this one. When we reviewed it, I was worried because there's actually a hinge in the roof. It starts out at the old pitch and then it hinges. You can barely see the shadow there. And so it actually changes pitch to get higher. But I think it's well done in a manner that it's really not apparent from the context at all. You would really never know that the house had been added onto from the context.
I would agree. I think both this example that you presented as well as the one that's in the initial stages of design, your project, are very, very attractive. I just have concerns about the amount of the existing structure that are being reconfigured and changed. But, sorry.
All right, any other comments, feedback for Jessica? So Jessica, I don't know if we've given you enough feedback or direction, but I think that's what we're thinking.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys having me here for the workshop.
Thanks, good to see you.
I'm ready when you are. Would you like to start the meeting? Yeah,
Sure.
okay.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the January 11th, 2023 meeting. I am Nichelle Hawkins, Vice Chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Noel Bell, Chris Barth, Phil Goodwin, Krista Lineberger, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, and Scott Whitlock, who are present in the room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Cindy Kohenik, Candace Leidy, and Jenny Shugart, Jill Sanchez-Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of the city's staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure your camera is on using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by phone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by HGC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HGC's design standards. The HGC may question the applicant and HGC staff members. HGC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HGC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only commission and staff may speak. Any HGC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HGC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HGC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having a difficult time hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Lineberger will not be joining us today. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's a last minute change. All right. Applicants for agenda item number 1, 1740 Merriman Avenue. Angie Lauer, are you with us?
I am.
Angie, can you turn on your video, please?
I did.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Is John joining you?
I just texted him and he said yes. So
Okay.
yes,
And you've been sworn in?
I have been sworn in, so I do.
Well, let's get started and John can join when he joins. This application is 1740 Merriman Avenue. It was continued from the September meeting for the items listed in the staff memo. And the project presentation begins on slide 5. So Angie, that's where you're starting. Let me know what slide you'd like to move on to.
Slide 5 is great. Thank you very much. And before I get started, I do want to introduce to you our current and newest staff member. This is RT, and she will be listening in and participating in this project. So I just want y'all to welcome her. Okay, from the previous meeting, we were to simplify the roof based on item number 1 and to change the roof structure and change from a bay roof to simple dormers or gables on the rear. Also, the second item was masonry. We are not going to paint the masonry. And as a matter of fact, we want to match as close as possible some of the original brick that's there. And we want to remove the brick from the fireplace and anywhere feasible and reuse the existing brick on the front stoop. So that is something that we're trying to salvage from the original structure. The third item was to extend the driveway, which to the rear wall of the house. So if we can just go to slide 7 for that first, Chrissy. Okay. And so extending the driveway to the back of the property or back of the thermal wall of the house, which we were doing. Oh, and also too, I'm sorry. So no painted masonry, but we have decided to use a lap siding in lieu of brick. But we're having difficulty finding siding it is a cementatious product that is approvable by the Historic Commission, unless you could refer us to one, Christie. Otherwise, we'd be using wood at this point, because I don't believe there is an approved cementatious product out there at this time that is available that meets requirements. The fourth item was fenestration, and we did a restudy and resized the windows while maintaining a 6/6 look on the second floor or second level, and meet egress. So they are casements with a larger meeting rail to simulate the double hung windows and still maintain egress. The fifth item was the pork chop detail on the roof, on the eaves, and that would be in slide number 10 as well. So the details on the eaves was to eliminate the pork chop. So it would be slide 9, Christie, as you were before, I'm sorry, and slide 10. Also to the elevations call out for, like I said, the cement board, but we're absolutely willing to use a wood product for that wood. There was also in your staff analysis, and I'm going to jump to the staff analysis point number 1, the height as measured from grade to ridge. And just as a point of reference, we are using the existing finished floor elevation that is identical to what is original now at 695.7. So in the streetscape of slide 12, you'll see that the original house is at 695.7, and our finished floor would be identical to that. And with regards to that, I also want to refer to the America Small House brochure, which you guys have in your guidelines, as the houses are usually placed closer to the ground. So Christie, would you be able to pull up your America Small House reference material?
Why don't you keep going and I'll
Keep
pull it
going,
up as
okay.
we're talking.
So in that, in the reference material, you'll notice that most of the houses are maybe a step or two at grade. And I refer you specifically to your reference materials on page 3. And you can see that these houses are iconic to not have steps, to at least not at the front entry, so that you eliminate railing. And I think that was intentional. So for every 8-inch rise that we increase in height, we also have to increase or add railings, which is not common in the America Small House ideal catalog, if you will. So if you look at when you get to the brochure, if you look at it to truly an untrained eye, you really wouldn't pick up on that. But all of these homes have 1 or 2 steps up to the front door. So this is page 3 of your catalog. And specifically, the Rose Hill is kind of the Rose Hill and the Mayfair were the ones that we're fashioning this design after. There were very few steps, if any. 3 steps by today's code. You have any more than 3, you have to have railing. So we're trying to stay at 2 steps max to maintain that low profile to grade. One of the other things, if we can, that was brought up in this was the foundation appeared low, particularly in the front and the right elevation. Christie, I had asked if there's any way you can pull up the original demolition application that was in April that shows the existing house and what it actually looked like from the street. And you'll see that there's very, very little grade to finish floor, which I know that we still have to, it's not a slab house, it is a foundation crawl space, so we have to truly maintain proper drainage and grade. But I did want to refer specifically to that grade issue. because I think raising this house up or changing the grade will impact not only this house, but the house to its left and the house to the right. So if you look at this slide 5, if you will, and this is of the application that was approved for demolition or a stay of demolition in.
I think it's slide 4, Angie.
Slide 4, and then
This
slide
is
5.
from June, the June meeting.
Oh, June meeting. Okay, well, it was for us, it was in the April submission, but the date on the drawings is April. So if you look at the elevations, you'll see that especially on this particular slide, slide 5, the bottom row of photographs where the house is really close to the ground. And building code today does have a minimum clear crawl space of 18 inches, and we don't want to be at 18 inches. We're going to try to be at 24. So we're raising the house or changing the grade slightly, but not substantial. So I wanted to address that the foundation appears low, and we're really taking the original house into consideration, as well as the grade, again, neighbors left and right to them, because the way the property slopes, the house pad sits higher than the driveway, and then the next house sits almost at driveway level, and it staggers down, which you can also see in the streetscape of this current presentation. As far as cornice details or trim details, we can certainly work with staff on anything that needs to be addressed. But I feel that we have certainly met with diligence all of the requirements that were based in the guidelines and set before us in the September meeting. I did want to mention a specific height. The height, the front left corner from grade varies because of that driveway and the slope to the adjacent property. However, my best guess from existing grade is 22 feet 4 inches, and then 24 feet 2 inches at the steps where the driveway pad is. So there's about a 2-foot delta there. And on the right side, we still want to maintain a 21-foot 10-inch, 10.5-inch to grade on the right-hand side. So, yeah, there's not, the grade is what it is, again, with neighbor to the right, which is 1736 Merriman, and then to the left at 1744 Merriman. The one other concern I believe that you guys had mentioned in your staff analysis was that the front living room windows appeared too close to the corner boards, and we can certainly move them back the 4 inches. Yeah, so, and that honestly was when we removed the brick, which is an extra 4 inches, that altered the drawing, but we'll shift the windows appropriately to set them off from the corner boards. So, and I just ask that if there's any other concerns, that we will work with staff when we have our permit ready plans for submission. That's it, folks.
All right. Thank you, Angie.
Welcome.
You did address quite a few of the staff analysis notes, which took some questions I had. I do still, I guess, have a question about the foundation. I understand the American Small House, that you're following suit there, but in context with the neighboring properties, are you saying you came to that foundation taking those into consideration, or how did you decide on the height of the foundation, I guess, is what I want to know.
So finished floor elevation was the benchmark, using the original house finished floor, which is in the Zootwell survey at 695.7. And using that as a benchmark in order to not go too high with this house, because there is a delta from what was original to this, and also how it related to the houses left and right. So the finished floor, 695.7, is the benchmark. Now, I will just, just as the technical part of this. So when you have a face of brick to face of stud type of foundation, the siding has to go down to the foundation. So when you're, framing your floor system, and this you can ask Chris, other architects on the board, your band for your floor system sits on top of your foundation, which is face of brick, face of stud. So there's no water table here. These houses, America Small Houses, did not have a water table that you see in some craftsman or bungalow styles. So one of the things that we, have noted is that we want to make sure that the grade is not too high. So that drawing that you see, which is our latest, if you go to the package that we're submitting.
Sure. Hey, Angie, I
Yes.
included the demolition information. I forgot I had done this in your
Okay.
package. So
Okay.
slide 22 is the existing house.
Okay, thank you.
Slide 8 is the proposed, as well as 12.
Okay, perfect. So slide 22. Okay, so the grade on this, and I'll be very honest, this was done quickly to get the demolition package. So the grade here was just about 8 inches off on the right-hand side. And it was really to document more the structure than the finished grade. But when we went back to really study finished floor elevations of existing house, neighbors' houses, and the impact in height, we realized that we need to stay, like on slide 19 of this package, Christy.
Yeah, I think that's where I think the disconnect is for me.
Right.
It looked like the foundation was taller or
It's
higher.
not, and it's not, Michelle. If you look at slide 19, you can actually see that you can barely see the foundation. Now, the planting beds are going to be, slightly modified, but if you look at this slide, just look slightly to the right of that water, the bird feeder, you can see the neighbor's driveway on where it is. And, not wanting to change the grade. So this is as close as possible within inches of where we need to be in order to maintain the height and not have a house that's too tall for the house on the left. But
Okay.
we can certainly modify it, like, 4 inches, which is, or so brick coursing, but it would be minimal at best.
Okay.
So on the right-hand side, we're only 6.5 inches of a difference, but on the left, it's a little bit more. And if you kind of work your way down the block, you'll see that the very end, the very last house on the block has quite a significant, like almost a 9-foot change from house 1760 to 1764, has the same relationship of roof heights. So,
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna see if the other commissioners have any questions for you.
Can I just note for the record, there are no callers. Thank you.
Thank you.
okay.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, so Angie, the house that you just mentioned, is that house just as tall over on that left side from grade to ridge as the subject property?
I'd have to do the math and I can do that real quick. So grade is at 678 and the ridge is at it's 21 feet and our house is 2110. So relationship is very, very similar.
Okay, thank you. And did you look across the street at the height of those houses?
We did not. We've been told in the past really to the relationship of the block and how it relates to the streetscape. So no, I did not.
Okay, but you do have the one house on that block that is almost as tall as your house, so that's helpful.
Correct. And then there's a couple houses to the right as well. So they're in circles. The houses that are circled also show you that there's other significant deltas from ridge to ridge. So if you look at, the house 1712 versus 1716, it's almost 3.5 feet. And then 1724 and 1728 have a 4-foot plus delta. Just trying to, show you that as the houses drop, they either drop by 3 or 4 feet, or they drop significantly towards the end of the block. So I don't think height was an issue before. Previously when we had a different version of this, we did have a slightly taller house, and working that through Christie really kind of stayed below 22 feet. And still maintained. So we gave up the 10-foot ceilings on the first floor, went to 9. The plate heights on the rear of the second floor, second half story, if you will, the plate heights dropped. So we took into consideration everything that staff had recommended prior to submitting this application, even in brick form. So we went to wood. And we didn't grow the house, I will tell you. So we thought about growing the house because we had that extra 8 inches. We did not. We just literally removed the brick. So.
Okay. All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barr?
Just a couple comments. Thank you, Angie, for your presentation. Christy, could you go to the front elevation? Angie, now you show some, I don't recall if this came up in the last meeting that we had with you, but you have some decorative shutters shown on the front. Obviously, we'd ask that those be operable. Now, it's fairly apparent that those shutters are too narrow to cover the windows. Would those be accordion or bifold style shutters? Are they operable, or are they surface applied? What's your intent there with those shutters?
So the shutters are not intended to be operable. However, we can add a panel with the hinge panel to simulate operation. However, I'm going to also refer you to the America Small House Guidelines, which is also on page 3 of what was shown earlier. And shutters on double windows were very, very common, and they were not operable. So again, fashioning it after, and quite a few in the simulated guidelines, if you will, for the America Small House brochure. There's multiple homes that have shutters, but they are page 3. Thank you.
Yeah, Angie went over this in depth in the September meeting. It's been a minute, but she really made a full argument about shutters and how it was appropriate. And I think the commission even complimented her on making sure it's accurate to the small house. So I think we're good unless you have other questions about shutters or.
Yeah, so I either don't recall the conversation or I wasn't here, but I was just reading 615 number 6, and obviously if this is speaking to an architectural style, then that's understood. So that's fine. Can we go to the rear elevation, please? So Angie, those 2 shed dormers on the back or along the sides, on the September meeting, you had an offset from the lower level thermal wall of about 6 inches, but here on the revised version, it seems they're coplanar with the lower level. Is there any way we could get those to have more of an offset, again, like the previous iteration?
So one of the reasons that we didn't, if you can go to slide 10, Christy, I think that is what you're talking about, where in the September, it was offset. And honestly, we removed the brick and left the stud over stud. structurally. And even in floor plan, it does pinch this upstairs, the second floor. So we did leave the rear wall stud over stud. And Christy, I'm not sure if we have floor plans in here. It might be further down in slide. So slide 15, second floor, where it does show the studs lined up, but the walls moved. The brick was removed. So in left to right, we didn't bring the walls in. We did leave them stud over stud.
Okay, yeah, I guess my concern here is that, especially being on a block of American small houses and trying to represent an American small house itself, which are typically one story, maybe half story if we have some higher roof lines. Not having that, even that minimal offset, which is typically what we ask of applicants. This is the back, essentially half of this house, if not more, would be visually viewed as a two-story mass.
Okay.
Yeah, I think having that offset, I'm happy to push this to a couple other some of the other commissioners during deliberation. But from where I sit, at least I would imagine that we'd want some sort of offset there.
Would, or could, if I may, the rear, would that be as much of an impact as left to right for you, or would it be just on the total of three sides? Is that, your concern that it looks too heavy in elevation? So slide 10 or slide 11, is that the concern?
Yeah, I think just as you see this house from the streetscape, especially obliquely from, down the side of the lot, and you look at the rear end wall of this house, it visually appears to be 2 stories, especially since we do have such a low slope shed roof there. Having that a little bit more of that horizontality and roof there would help at least. Excuse me.
And there is a roof. So if you go to slide 9, the rear elevation, that roof does have a skirt. It's not a continuous 2-story wall. There is a skirted roof left and right in that location. On the rear, I look at the rear elevation, and you did ask for simplification of its forms, versus the bay and the gable and the different pitch for the porch. So we did simplify that. So I think maybe the rear wall wouldn't be as much of an impact because it's got other geometries in front of it. So if your concern is bringing in, 4 inches or so on the side walls, we can certainly look at that as well if you need to. But on the rear, you look at this, moving that wall 3 inches back is not as much of an impact as it would be moving it on the sides. And I hope you would agree with that, looking at the rear elevation.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And then just a comment, you mentioned that there didn't appear to be any cementitious lap siding that we would approve. Christy, don't we approve the Nichiha Savannah Smooth, or haven't we in the past?
We do.
That'd be acceptable here.
I've heard there's been a sourcing problem.
It's not available. It's not being manufactured anymore. I actually spoke to Nichiha directly. And it is not in production, and they do not have a production date, at least for the first or second quarter of 23, which is now. And if you'd like, Christy, I'd be happy to send you the dialogue script that I had with them. They sent it to me. So I'd be happy to send that to you.
Yes, please. We can add this to our alternative materials discussion for the March 2nd retreat.
So there are other products out there, Chris, that we've been researching, and all of them have a grain, have a faux grain. Nichiha is recommending that we use something else, but it doesn't meet your smooth texture requirements. So the transition to wood lap is our only option at this point.
Understood. I didn't know about that, the sourcing of Nietzsche. How that's fantastic to hear.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
Not good and good, right?
And then, I mean, I would agree with your comments about the foundation height, Angie. If you look down that, on Google Street View, a lot of those houses are, front porch houses that are almost on grade. I would say there may be some maneuvers you could do with the foundation wall and stepping it or putting a curb in it to achieve a little bit more distance, at least between the siding material and the grade, because I know that becomes an issue on these low foundation wall houses. But otherwise, I think it matches the context that you're set within. And then, Christy, could we go to the rear elevation again? Angie, on the covered porch, you showed that as sort of like an open truss on the previous iteration. On this
Yes.
one, it looks blank. Is that still open? I just wanted.
It is open. Yes, it is open. We didn't hatch it because otherwise you'd see siding on the back of it. So I didn't want it to appear. It is open.
So that's open to like a gable roof with siding on it.
Yeah,
beyond.
it's a vaulted ceiling internally. So it is open.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, Angie, in the September meeting, one of the comments was that the second floor windows, some of them were overwhelming. And I'm wondering if those windows have been addressed. I see that they're still double hung. So just wondering if those sizes have been changed or if anything's been done to address that concern.
So I believe the main window was on the rear. If you look at the rear elevation, slide 9, the comment was that window just looked too big in that gable, which we did change the window to a casement with a larger center simulated meeting rail. On the sides, they're only a 2646 window on slide 10 and 11. And they are still double hung. They are smaller than the first floor windows, except for the window in the gable, which has to meet egress because that is a bedroom. So we still have to meet the egress for that window. And it is a casement window as well.
Okay, I just noticed that it is a casement window. So thank you
Yes.
for that change.
Yes. Now, I'm hoping that we haven't decided on a manufacturer yet. We will within, the permitting documents, but we typically use either a Geldwin or a Colby as a standard. And I'm hoping that they do have a meeting rail, like a thickened rail that would simulate the 6/6. So.
They say no question is a stupid question, but I do want to ask the architects, is there any concern with different sizes of openings on one particular elevation? Like, to me, it's 4 different size windows. Does that matter at all? Does that do anything, go against any design, I guess, best practices? Or is this okay to you all?
Yeah,
I'm looking at the right elevation on slide 10, I believe.
yeah. I mean, at least from my point of view, a lot of times the windows respond to the program that it serves. So, you might have a shorter windowsill and or a higher windowsill in the kitchen, taller windows in bedrooms, smaller windows, in bathrooms, that sort of thing. So I think as long as the window proportions and styles match, I would agree with some of the comments that were brought up last time about that gable window. And I would ask Angie, now that it's transitioned to a casement window, could that, you know, it still appears as large as the window in the previous version. So could that window be made even just a little smaller because, you know, it's larger basically than any window on that elevation except for maybe the back.
Windows. Yeah, we can absolutely, certainly look at that. And as you know, different window manufacturers have different clear openings. But it would meet the minimum requirements for egress as a casement. So we can absolutely, if you allow us to work with staff, we can make that happen.
Yeah, I would request that we
Okay,
make that the smallest casement for egress possible.
okay.
All right, any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we'll now close. So lots of, I guess, discussion on some of the points that were clarified from the last presentation. And now, I think we can give some direction on I guess, adjustments that can be made going forward and perhaps to work with staff. So any other comments or discussion? On what direction we want to give the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, this issue of the lap siding with Artisan being discontinued and now Nishiha not available, does that put us in a position where we're just going to have to require wood siding until something is available?
Correct, until someone identifies something and successfully presents it to the commission as an alternative siding. Wood is always an option.
Okay.
Or should they be able to source, you can certainly, and what I might recommend, given the length of time things take to go from engineering to approval, if you want to give them the option of Nichiha, should that become available, I think that would be perfectly appropriate.
Okay. Commissioners, thoughts?
And just my 2 cents, I think the applicant, sorry, just my 2 cents, I think the applicant has presented this very well and responded to a lot of the concerns, I guess, from the last meeting. You know, at least my one opinion is that I feel confident that, you know, there are a few things here that I think they could work with staff on. You know, I don't have a problem with the ridge height. It seems to follow the procession and heights along the street fairly closely. It presents as a 1.5 story house. Let's see. I would ask that the one window in the upper gable is made to be smallest as egress will allow for a casement. What else? And then let's see, do we have details for column, beam, trim? I didn't notice any.
Do we want to reopen to ask that question?
Perhaps.
We are now back open. Angie?
Yeah, so we will actually present all of those details to staff, but it is going to be, I believe they're round columns, or they square round? Round columns. Round columns, they would be a wood 10-inch boxing details, you know, similar, but we can actually present everything once we get into the construction documents to staff. It would not be out of character with traditional detailing.
Christy, is that acceptable?
Sure.
And then
We'll now reclose unless there are other questions. All right, close.
And then the other thing that I would request is, unless some of the other, I guess we can do general consensus, but at least from my point of view, I'd like to see a offset of the shed dormer along the sides with the main floor wall. And then something that I don't know that was brought up, I'm kind of looking at right now, the left-hand elevation, there's like a storage closet. They look like just slab doors. I don't know if they need to be articulated further, or if we need to ask that the applicant come back with, well, I guess being a mid-century house, you might have a slab door, so they can work with staff on that too, I guess. Anyway, those are all my items.
Okay. Any other observations or items for deliberation? Excuse me. Anybody want to float a motion? I don't think I can today. Okay. Commissioner Barr?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with conditions. Number one, would like to make it an option for the applicant to utilize Nichiha Savannah Smooth should it become available for the siding. Otherwise, wood will be accepted, or if the applicant comes back with an alternate material, would request that the applicant work with staff. This is number two. Request that the applicant work with staff on architectural and trim detailing with regard to columns, base and capitals, soffits, beams, and trim. Number three, that the brick, any brick as well as the brick foundation remain unpainted. Would also, this is number four, request that the applicant offset the two side shed dormers with the exterior walls being offset a minimum of 6 inches from the main level thermal wall. And number five, request that the two gable windows in the upper story be made the minimum size for egress for a casement window, and to work with staff on that as well.
Right. All right, and we probably want to add some standards
Oh, yeah.
with those, so if we can help out. We've got materials, I think is the first one. Second is trim and cornices. Column, I think it's
Yes.
under that section. And if somebody can take the unpainted brick one, tell us what the standards are for that one. Second. I'm just listing all of them, so you guys can just tell me materials, yeah, yes.
6.18. Number 6.
Okay. How about windows? And I guess dormer offset would be massing, 6.8. So I would say 6.8 number 2. All right, so I'd like to reference some standards here. Oh, hold on. Let me get materials. All right. So some standards could go along with this motion for materials, like to reference 6.10, or sorry, 6.18 for materials, detailing trim and porches, 6.14, as well as 6.17, foundations and unpainted brick, 618, number 6, for windows, section 6.15, and for the dormers and massing, I would say 6.8, number 2.
And did we need to mention anything about that window on the
Oh, yes.
right elevation?
Do you want to make an amendment? Or does somebody want to make an amendment?
Did somebody want to make an amendment?
I was going to mention the same thing. Yeah, the two windows on the right and left elevations at the front need to be moved back for margin.
Do we want to put a dimension to that? Christie, is there a standard from,
You can give a range if you like.
I think an additional 6 inches would, just so you don't have just a sliver of siding between the corner board and the trim there. So amendment accepted, I would add on to that we request the windows be moved back at least 6 inches to provide siding coursing.
All right, we have a motion to approve with conditions and standards have been cited. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Yes. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thanks, Angie. I believe our next applicants might be here with us. Oh, okay. Sheldon, are you with us? Connor?
Yes, I'm here.
We don't see you yet. Can you turn on your,
I'm hitting the button. There we go.
okay, let me try and get your application up here. Have y'all been sworn in?
I raised my hand earlier.
Perfect.
Said yes.
Excellent. Okay. Having some technical difficulties. Okay, what we do have in the room with us is we have your window samples and your brick sample.
Okay.
And I've also included those with the agenda supplement. So the agenda supplement's online, it's available. There's photos of the windows. And then there's an arborist report that is part of the agenda supplement for this. And there is also, let me share my screen. Here we go. There's an arborist report that is quite a few pages. And a detailed diagram of the tree inventory. And more tree information. And then a revised, a new tree planting plan. And these are all in the agenda supplement. So This is a continuation of 306 North Graham Street, 420 West 6th Street. This last heard at the November meeting. I'm starting out on, let's see here, 12. No,
Page 26, Mike, is the new
26.
content starting there.
Yes, thanks, Sheldon. Okay, 26 is where the new presentation starts. Sheldon, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would like to start, and then just let me know. I'll scroll through all of the slides for you.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you, commissioners, for hearing us again. It's been, I guess, 2 months now, but there's been a number of changes that are submitted here, as well as some additional information that kind of supersedes some of the information in this package, but I want to walk you through those changes quickly. Also to be respectful to the other applicants today, so that we don't take up too much of the hearing here. We'll try to keep it brief but effective. The other thing, just in terms of what our goals are, that we would like to have handled in this hearing would be to, I guess, come to a resolution on the massing and those larger questions, and to begin to drill down into the materials such as the window, the brick, and those items there. Looking at what was requested and the different changes from the previous submission, we were asked to look at, continue to look at ways to break up the building at the ground plane. And so if we look at this slide versus the next slide, 27, you'll see that there are additional indentations that are happening at the ground floor. If you're looking at the commercial areas in particular, that those what used to be the precast accent panels that were vertical panels in between each of the sets of storefront, those have now been converted into indentations to break up that street facade even more, as well as lowering the canopies there so that they're closer and more relative to a pedestrian scale and level. So those range from 12 feet at the lowest end of the site and end up at 10 feet as you move further north of Graham, as the grade continues to climb uphill. If we go to the next 28, where we're looking here at the rear of the building, and if we look at this versus 29, you'll see that we have taken steps to further articulate the building. This rear elevation, that was one of the requests that we had. And so if we go to 29 here, so the previous version here, those large swaths of flat panel that we had there, we've then broken that up as you, go back to the 28 there. And also by changing the color, that we're able to do some mass diminishing techniques by breaking up that the apparent height or perceived height of those materials. Before we get down to the arborist report, let me keep going through here. And just so you can see the articulation on the ground floor, if we go to page 34. And so between 34 and then 35, you'll see those indentations that are happening on the planned north side, where we're having additional breaks at the ground plane there, that those show up between these two planes. If we then continue down to 42, then you're able to see those breaks in more detail there, as well as 44. And then there's a new view that we created at page 51. So this here, you see those vertical breaks to provide further articulation at the ground plane there, as well as being down at the street view here, seeing the relationship between the pedestrians and those canopies. So we just wanted to show that off a little bit further. And all those revisions are also picked up in the elevations that follow these pages, which we can reference back if there are additional questions. One of the other things we were asked to add was on page 54. And this is a partial elevation of our building and the street, the Zetwell survey that's along 7th Street north of our project there, just so that that apparent scale could be represented. So we added that drawing. And the next larger set of revisions in here is going down to page 66, where we added our notes just in terms of what our intention is with the existing building of, are we keeping windows versus replacing windows? And what we're looking to do is to keep everything essentially in kind here, with it's appears to be existing windows in the building are close to original windows that are along the second story of the building. But there is replacement storefront that's at the ground floor. We're going to replace the storefront and replace the windows at the second floor. But to keep these, use the same existing openings and use that same divided light or simulated divided light for those windows on the second floor. Other updates are page 69 going into materials. And those are there for a reference for you. The brick color that we found something that's a little bit more brown-ish, but it's still a rangy brick, as you can see in the sample there, that there's a little bit of color variation in there. We thought that that complements the brick on the existing building without getting matchy or looking like we're trying to match that, but there's a nice light contrast with that, as well as providing the window specifications that we are proposing. Going back through what was relayed to us by staff as well as from JELD-WEN's product rep in terms of materials that have been approved in the past, that there hadn't been a composite window approved in the past. And while we recognize that, but we also wanted to propose, it's not a super novel installation technique, but it's something that we have done at our firm in other historic districts down in Charleston, South Carolina. And the photos of that are included in the supplement here of where I believe the opposition to these composite windows being used was that they don't have as much of a relief as the aluminum clad windows do. Right now, we're proposing aluminum clad windows on basically all the windows in the plinth in the first 2 stories of the building. And then above that we would go with the composite windows. And in order to match that shadow line that happens with the aluminum clad windows is that we installed we're proposing to change the framing of where the window is installed to 2x4 framing at the window. And so that window gets pushed back into the building a bit. We're working through pricing with this, and we would like to have the option of using the composite windows. We may be looking at basically doing aluminum clad everywhere just for simplifying installation and finishing and keeping basically, it's more expensive, but it'll simplify some of the costs. And but if cost ends up being an issue, we would like to have the option of going back to the composite window if it's installed basically in an approved manner that we're looking to get from you guys. That detail is in the supplement, which page 75 in this. And yeah, I'll go back up to 73 and 74 in a little bit, but down at page 75, right there. Yep. So with that detail there of where and what is normally a 2x6 framed wall throughout the rest of the building, this detail shows where we change that framing, reduce it back, pull that window in, and basically we're able to suck the window in by 2 inches with that. But you can see in the window photos there where you can see where that shadow line pops up above the windows there. It's a little bit harder to see in the other example. Both of these are projects in historic Charleston and passed review and approval down there. And so we would just like to have that as an option for windows. If we go back up to 73. So we're working through with NCDOT with Graham Street, and there's we submitted this supplement here to show a streetscape exhibit of where they were looking at adding parallel parking and widening the traffic lanes on Graham Street, and this was requested by NCDOT. Also, there are additional sight line triangles that are cut in on the building that pushed us to chamfer the corners where we have notched in the building. That change isn't reflected in the previous renderings and drawings, but we did an exhibit basically below on 74 of how that change affects the corner at 6th and Graham. With everything that happened in here, what happened is basically it pushed the whole building back and took several feet out of the building, which was very challenging for us in order to make units that are, that would work. But NCDOT has gone back on this request to widen the street and include on-street parking on Graham. That basically makes this exhibit not relevant and not applicable anymore. And so we will be showing in subsequent submissions the removal of the on-street parking and that they're allowing us now to keep the curb in its existing location. We are proposing that the curb is going to be rebuilt since it is damaged and quite low in a lot of areas, but we're going to keep, basically we have their preliminary approval again to keep the curb in its existing location, which then also means that the building can approach our setback gets closer to the street and closer to the property line. And that'll be reflected later on, but we've kept all the massing the same in the sense of the number of step backs that happen as we go up the building. So that step back that happens at the 2nd floor, stepping back to the 3rd floor, and then the step back that will propose at the 6th and 5th floor on different parts of the building to step back in. So that is unchanged. If we go to 74, this is where we've essentially had to take a notch out of the building to reflect those sightline triangles. NCDOT has since said now, basically pulled back that we don't need to include that sight triangle. That will require that corner chamfered back. But we are still going to leave a partial notch in the building here. So it's going to be massing that's more similar to this than it is to the massing that shows up in the previous slides of the presentation. And the reason we're leaving the notch, even though it pulls out rentable, square footage, is that NCDOT may decide to come back when it's a different reviewer, when it's time for permit, to put that site triangle back on the corner again. So we just want to leave some wiggle room with that. And the other thing that we wanted to present, the arborist report. And if we go down, let me go see how far down this. I don't have it in my version here. At the end of the arborist report, the summary is basically there are a number of trees that are in poor condition, a number of trees that are in fair condition, and 2 trees that are in good condition. Of the, I believe it's 14 trees, or is it 13 trees? One moment. Uh, 13 trees. So the 13 trees, that 2 are in in green there are in good condition, the others in a mixture of fair and poor condition. I guess three, including the magnolia that's up on the sidewalk. What we're proposing, if we go down to the next slide below this, or one more slide after that, sorry. And the tree planting here is the removal of all of the existing trees and then replanting with canopy deciduous trees along the back there. So additional trees along the road there that would be basically positioned between the property line and our proposed building in a way that they can grow healthily and also not impact the townhomes, as a number of these trees were leaning over the property line a substantial amount towards where the townhomes at the rear of our property are. Also included in this planting plan are the street trees that are proposed, as well as additional ground cover species that are in there. And then also included in here is the brick paving that's being articulated around the existing building. It's showing up in this plan as well. And then the next slide after this gets us a site section. Yep. There where we have the proposed trees and ground cover between the townhomes at the rear of us and our proposed building. And we look forward to any questions or concerns on this.
All right, Christy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this
Not
application?
on the line, no.
All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, hi, Sheldon. Couple questions, and just perhaps I didn't understand, but the DOT, it's my understanding, required you to remove a corner of the building for the sightline triangle. But then they retracted that requirement, but you're leaving it there. I'm not understanding that very well. Can you articulate?
Yes, it's just from prior experience and working with NCDOT of where triangles have disappeared in preliminary reviews and have come back when things are in permit review and have caused late stage revisions in a project. And so it's a little bit easier for us to stomach it right now versus us having fully engineered and permit ready drawings and then have to pull out a chunk of the building and come up with a design that doesn't lose units. So we're taking a conservative approach here to, mitigate that revision in the future.
Okay, thank you. Did you also say that the front of the building needed to be pushed back because of the parking requirements?
Yes, so since our setback is measured from the back of curb, they had asked for, and working with our civil engineers, to not just include on-street parking, but actually to widen the traffic lanes along this block of ground, which it ended up being, I think, altogether an additional 4 feet of width compared to the adjacent blocks of ground. And once they saw how that transition would work out, and how detrimental also was to the existing building, and how it reduced the sidewalk space there. And I'm not sure if there are other factors that went into this, but those are the two, downsides that led to them rescinding their request for increased lane size and on-street parking.
But did you say that the curb was staying in the same place?
Yes, so now what they have given their preliminary approval on is keeping the curb in the same place. So where you see the curb in the exhibit now, where they're not in the places where there's the on-street parking, but right at 6th and Graham, right in front of the existing building, and then at 7th and Graham, that curb is pushed out, like the existing location of that curb is actually pushed planned north several feet.
Okay. One of the items in the staff notes just said, we had brought up last time about the setbacks and that additional information from zoning administration has been provided about alternative setback provisions. I'm trying to follow what that means and the impact of that.
Yes, so our civil engineers work with planning to get clarification on what those alternative setback conditions would be. And it turns out that the initial information that was shared with us from zoning was incorrect, and that they would not allow us to reduce the setback to match the existing building. It's only if we were actually doing like in addition to the existing building, or essentially if we're going vertical above the existing building, that would be able to meet the existing setback. But all of this work that's going adjacent to the building has to meet the current zoning setback requirements.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you very much. I did have one more question. You went over what was done to the rear elevation to reduce the impact of that elevation. Could you please review that? I know that you said something about change in colors. Did you also add some setbacks, or what else? What all did you do on that rear elevation?
Yes, so on here, we ended up changing the setbacks where the units are. So that's the left-hand side of the drawing there, so that there's a little bit more articulation that happens there in those units. The other portion where there's a corridor, we're not really able to do setbacks in the corridor there because it would reduce the actual required width that we need to have in that corridor. So instead of doing additional setbacks on the right-hand side, we looked at material changes and color changes so that it's more of, optical effect versus actual step back that happens there.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. I have a question. The tree report that was put together by Land Design, just what struck me, I'm looking at right here, is that image that you have on the screen. And I would love to know what species tree could grow that tall with that narrow of a horizontal space. It's got like 8 feet on either side. Just curious what kind of a tree that could be.
Yes, I believe that is the Lace Park Elm. Did that answer the
Yeah,
question?
I guess the question can't be answered. I'm sure you don't know that the arborist probably hasn't given you examples of species that could.
It is a Lace Park Elm. That's the proposed tree that was selected by the landscape architects. So if you go up to the next page.
He said a lace bark elm.
And so the southeast landscape treatment, that first tree right there, that's the deciduous tree that's proposed. The rest of those, between that and I have to check and see between the European hornbeam, if that is one of the deciduous trees proposed, but everything else below that is a mixture of shrubs and ground cover.
Okay, and then I guess also, this was prepared by Land Design. Does Land Design have any other participation in this project?
They are the civil engineer and the landscape architects for the project.
I guess, I don't know, the other commissioners may feel differently about that, but I have a little concern about them also being an outside source for an arborist report. I'll just throw that out there for later discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Walker. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Just one comment to the applicant, and it was mentioned in the staff analysis, is very helpful to us when we can see things side by side. It's very difficult having to switch between slides because it's harder to catch what the differences are. So just a word of advice, if we could get side-by-side comparisons or at least on the same slide, that would be helpful for us to make decisions. Thank you.
Understood. We looked at that, and just because of the size of the building, that things just, it did end up being legible when we have to cut the size by half to see them on the same screen. But we'll make those revisions next time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? If not, we can close for deliberation. All right. So Commissioner Goodwin, you had some really good questions. And I know Commissioner Walker, the trees will definitely be a sticking point. So love to get your thoughts here in deliberation on what's been presented. And other commissioners, please feel free.
Yeah, I guess it seems to me that the design is still fluid and I don't know, we're just being told that this is drawn, but this is going to change because of this. There's a lot of questions that come out of that for me. So I'm just wondering, what are we looking to do today?
That's a really good question. And I think something else to note to that end is if you notice the decision date as well, they have, I think, 2 more months to get us something that, you know, could possibly move forward. So whatever direction we give them, I mean, we need to give them so that they can come back if they need to come back with more information. Because I know there's quite a bit, even looking at the staff notes and the checklist, there were some things that still need to be provided. So I don't know what we will be giving them today. Commissioner Goodwin.
If I could make a suggestion, what we did at the last meeting is to start with the contextual criteria and work through those. And I know a lot of questions about details, but if we get through the contextual criteria, setback, spacing, scale, massing, if we can get through those criteria, I think that would be very helpful to move this process along. If you'd like, I could go ahead and start.
Yes, please do.
Well,
Kick us off.
in terms of the context, where we take the 360-degree view from the center of the parcel, we're looking all around, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there are any historic properties nearby this project. They did add to the Zotwell survey further down Graham Street toward 8th Street. And I don't believe that any of those are historic properties. And I guess I'm asking the question to staff. Nothing historic there. So that being said about context, I think that setback, they talked about the setback, and there's been some additional studies. You cannot bring the setback up to the old building. And as a matter of fact, they appear to be moving the building back 4 feet because of the standards that they spoke about. So I guess my question is, does anyone have concern about the setbacks for this building?
I don't.
Did we not understand that 4 foot was not going to be required? So I'm confused on that now.
It was my understanding that he said it was going to be moved back 4 feet when I asked that question. Yes.
So just to clarify, what we saw today is going to be moved back 4 feet? Yeah, just want to make sure.
Sorry, it's been moved back on those.
Already been moved
It's
back,
already
okay.
on there, yes.
So is the Graham Street setback still 23 feet, 7 inches?
Are you opening to ask me or are you guys looking?
We're currently closed right now, but does anybody have a question for the applicant? Commissioner Walker, did you have a question for the applicant? We'll reopen.
Well, we could ask the applicant, is the setback on Graham Street still 23 feet, 7 inches?
The setback to the curb is going to be 16 feet to the back of curb along Graham. So this is not, it's not taking 4 feet away from the site. We're actually moving closer to the property line or closing to the existing building.
So you're moving it forward.
Yes, we're moving the building forward to stay in line with the current zoning standards. But not as far as the other zoning interpretation that said that we could match the existing building. So it's actually, if you go to our superseded site plan, that's gonna be. Okay, yeah, so this here is basically where we're looking at the existing building being, it was the streetscape exhibit that we had. That was where we moved the whole building into setbacks based off of the DOT request. But essentially, it's gonna stay the same as how it's in these two site plans here. Clear as mud.
Are they the same?
Setback from when the submission was due, these setbacks were the same. What happened basically 2 days or a few days after the submission was due is that we got the DOT request to change the building, and the setbacks and the on-street parking and the curb location. And so basically we would say to disregard that streetscape exhibit that was like page, was that 73? That you would disregard that exhibit, because a couple weeks after they made that request, they rescinded it.
So to simplify everything, the continuation will just request an accurate setback exhibit. Okay.
Understood.
All right, any other questions for the applicant before we reclose? All right, we're now closed for deliberation. And I see we're writing feverishly, so I will give you guys a moment. Any other thoughts or reactions? I like what Phil mentioned about taking the big contextual criteria. So setback, we already know. We need accurate drawings for that. So if we can look up the standards for that, to have that on hand. Any issues, I guess, around massing?
I think to Phil's point, the back of the building could probably use a little bit more articulation, I think. Well, we only deal with the first 2 or 3 floors anyway, right?
I believe so. Chrissy?
So those first 2 or 3 floors on the back of the building are all that we can request any kind of efforts towards adding some articulation. Unfortunately.
I think they've improved it some. The maybe something to think about here, and I could be wrong, is this being a urban context setting and backing up to an alleyway. I mean, somebody could come in and, tear down those condos and build a high rise next to it. So, you know, to their point, you know, you kind of just back up to that alleyway, and I think they've provided some variation. Now the colors, you know, we sort of have to ignore. That sort of plays into this variation, but I think they've articulated it a tiny step forward, which helps. But as far as it being an alley facing facade, it's a little difficult to, you know, and you know,
I would argue it's not an alley facing, that's a residential structure across the whole back of that building.
it is for now. Yeah.
Well, that means it is.
So we're saying there's been progress with the massing, and I may have interrupted you, Commissioner Goodwin, so please feel free to continue.
Well, if our jurisdiction is over only the first 3 floors in this district, and this massing is obviously related to the height, seems that we really don't have any say in terms of the height of the building. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Design standards for height and massing are the first 3 to 5 stories of the building. So I don't have a page number in front of me, but they should be in your staff memo.
So if the building is taller than 3 stories, can we even consider massing in this district?
3 to 5. How they read is that for massing and height, you will consider the first 3 to 5 stories.
Understood.
Mhm.
Okay?
I guess so. One thing, Kirsty, could you go to slide 28 and 29? So let me pose a question to the commissioners. You know, to me at least, the left side of this residential or alleyway facing facade seems a little more in line of what we'd like to see. You know, you have a solid void relationship, balconies and conditioned space, and then the to the Texas donut side or whatever you want to call it. The right-hand side is much more coplanar and doesn't have as much articulation. Would we want to see that level of rhythm translated into the right side as well?
I think so.
I would agree with that. I think often the back gets, kind of the alleyway gets maybe not as considered as some of the other elements, but the way that's positioned, it's almost like in that part of the neighborhood, it's not really a back. So additional detail might be a good idea.
Yeah, and so Commissioner Walker's point, I mean, people live back there. People see it. So it impacts their neighbors. So it should be considered. Okay. So something to break up the massing on that right side. Any other contextual criteria we should be discussing? Well,
I do, and I don't know if this came up in the presentation. It appears that the corner triangles, the sightline triangles at the corners of Graham and Seventh. Anyway, those details, I think that's a good thing to keep in, and it sounds like they're willing to do that. Certainly helps up break out the massing, especially as you round the corners of the building rather. So I think that's a good move. I think they've helped the pedestrian scale at the storefront level and streetscape level, which I do appreciate. That's something that we mentioned last time in our debate. Otherwise, I feel fine with it.
I think also on the pedestrian scale, the canopy is very effective. It's one of the techniques that make it with the scale.
Bill?
I think that in terms of the scale and making it more pedestrian friendly, that the canopies are very beneficial in that regard.
Agreed. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I'm just looking, I just wanted to be clear, the backside of the building that shows the parking, that one right there, the trees are hiding it, but is that 3 stories of parking?
It looks like possibly 2. I'm not I don't think this is parking, but it could be. It's 2 on the right side. And then I believe Sheldon mentioned that this is some sort of corridor. But I'm not sure. You'll have to, if you want to ask him, you can reopen.
Slide 48. Slide 48, it looks pretty clear like it's 2
Okay.
levels, but still hard to tell.
Yeah, it does. It looks about even with the residential area.
Do we need to reopen to ask Sheldon?
Clarification, yeah.
All right, we will reopen.
Yes, it's 2 stories of parking, and yes, that is correct. That's corridor on the right-hand side.
And so I guess while we have you, being that that is a corridor, is it not possible to break up the massing along that right side of the back?
The thing that would make sense structurally would for us to do a step at the podium. So at the parking garage, and then where the corridor starts above that, for us to have a step there. But above that being wood frame for us to add additional steps, as well as because it's a corridor, it all would kind of telegraph throughout the building in a problematic way. We need those corridors to ideally stack. So short answer, we can do some articulation, but it would be kind of fake since it's a corridor, would be my objection to it.
Could I pose a question or challenge to you all? That's basically 1, 2, 3, 5 stories of a flat surface. Realizing that it's a corridor, could the corridor be broken up or stepped back at certain sections or jogged even a matter of 2 feet or something to provide additional relief on that as looking that holistically as a entirely blank wall?
So, yeah, one of the things we could do, add pilasters basically at the exterior of the building to kind of fatten it up on the outside. And that could give us some vertical articulation. The taking 2 feet out of the corridor, we would be below our egress width that we need.
So looking at your floor plan, basically of that section of the building, you know, I mean, I don't know whether the units could be shifted. You know, the units of that, the courtyard units could be shifted. The hallway could be shifted at the intersecting hallways that go in towards the courtyard, something like that. Again, can't design it for you, but I think I'm expressing what some of the commissioners have expressed, that however it's
Yeah.
achieved, we need to see some sort of, I think vertical transition. It sounds like you're open to a horizontal transition as well between the podium.
Yeah, so one of the benefits of this back and forth with DOT is that we're gonna get some area back in the building. And we're just looking to be strategic on where to deploy that. We want to maintain all the step backs that we already have. And one of the things that happened when we did this, we had planned for already doing a step at the podium, at the 3rd floor above the 2nd floor. To meet the accommodation of having another step back that was at the 6th floor, stepping back to the 7th floor, it really squoze down the units to what is kind of feasible for us to design units to. And so we want to redeploy that square footage we're getting back from DOT to getting those units back to a workable size. I think there should be some room that will basically get closer to the property line with the parking structure so that then we have that break there, and then we can look at applied techniques that can get a perceived bump in terms of like change in material. So like right now, there's the cornice treatment that's happening between the light material and the dark material between the 5th and 6th level. And so increasing something like that so that you get more of a perceived like 6-inch transition or step back in material. I think that would be feasible for sure. Am I reading it correctly that you guys you want 2 step backs versus 1 step back?
I don't think we're trying to be prescriptive here. I mean, it's up to you guys to show us how you achieve this, a variety of rhythm
Okay.
and building materials. Whether that's horizontal, like you're saying, whether that's horizontal between, terrace levels or what, I think there does need to be some, whether it be 1 or 2 or 3 instances of a vertical interruption of that massive form on the back right side of the building.
Okay, I can accommodate that.
And Commissioner Walker, did you have a question for the applicant?
Thanks. Yeah, can you just talk to me briefly about what the material is on the parking deck structure?
So the structure of the parking deck itself is a concrete structure. And then we're looking at wrapping that with basically a green wall to shade and diminish the appearance of the parking structure itself.
So that's a real, actual green plant material that's going to grow all over that parking structure?
Yes, that's the intention. It would be something, like an ivy or Virginia creeper or, the aggressive vines that would be able to get that
So is
coverage.
is there soil at the base of that parking structure?
Yes, the grade abuts the parking structure.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
All right, any other questions for the applicants before we reclose? All right, we're closed again. All right, so I think we captured quite a few items and wondering if we can float a motion in, well, let's talk about it first. The items that we've brought up so far. So setback, we need accurate drawings for the building, the setback of the building. We, also massing on the back right, which we just talked about, and sounds like the applicant is open to. We want to have some more articulation on that back right side, to break up, a bit of that massing. Keep the corners, the triangle corners at Graham and Sixth or Graham and Seventh. I'm not sure which one. I think it's Graham and Sixth. So we want to encourage that and help the pedestrians there. And also the scale, the scale of the building, is the canopies, bringing those canopies down so that pedestrian experience, enhances that pedestrian experience. Anything else, that we want, any other items we haven't discussed?
They wanted some feedback on the vinyl windows.
Oh, windows.
Feel free to come up and look at them. We have not approved the Auraline before, so that would be a new product that the commission needs to review. Typically, what we've asked for fiberglass or composite window is an actual mock-up of what it would look like in place with the framing.
Okay.
And the sight line is a standard window we approve. So
Does the one on the left follow our guidelines?
it looks it's shallow. That's what he was talking about. So if you want to come up and look at it. Do you see how flat? Yeah, compared to this one. And I think, the depth and dimension, the further, it just gets flatter, but
So the sight line is a aluminum clad
yes, and we approve this
window,
all day, every day.
Right.
Mhm.
but this is a composite window
Mhm.
made out of what, polymer
Yes,
fibers?
it's, I can pull it up in the presentation.
Were they looking to use both of them?
They're looking to use, my understanding from the presentation is they're looking to use the sight line on the first two levels wherever they're not using the storefronts. So if you're facing the building, to the left of the historic building would be the sight line, and then storefronts here, and then sight line here. And then from the third level up, the composite is being proposed.
Christie, we have not approved any windows other than wood or aluminum, or for new construction, wood or aluminum clad windows. Is that correct?
Correct. So, and again, just showing everyone at home, this is the aluminum clad, the sight line that we approve. And then this is that alternative material window being proposed.
And as I continue my education and learning, is it standard for a building like this for us to encourage the windows that we've already done, or do we like to mix and match windows depending on which story they're on?
This is new territory for the commission. We've always required the same window on all levels in past present, and like even if it's like a multi-level, multi-family building, even, yeah.
So we are potentially giving ourselves an opportunity to mix the materials with this building.
The applicant is asking for you to
Well,
give him
right,
the
but
up.
we may give ourselves an opportunity to decide to approve mixed
Well, I guess
materials.
my reaction to that is, why would we why would we set the precedent to
Right.
do something? I mean, I don't think this isn't a situation where we need to do that. I mean, unless we know of a extenuating circumstance, which I don't believe that's been presented at this point, so.
And I would agree with that. I guess I just wanted to make sure that I understood some of the background and, I mean, I would agree with that.
Well, again, we only have jurisdiction over the first 3 to 5
3 to
floors,
5,
Right.
right, yeah.
right? So all we can do is require that this higher pedimentation product be used up until we're allowed to, and then beyond that, they go with this Orlean or whatever.
All right, Commissioner Goodman?
Yeah, I'm, looking at materials in Chapter 7 materials, and we specifically forbid vinyl and PVC windows. And I'm thinking that this composite window is, well, don't know exactly what it is, but I do know that it has a polymer ingredient to it, which would make it similar to those materials. And I just think that we could be violating that particular standard by allowing these composite windows.
Great. Commissioner Walker?
But that again is only up to the 3rd to 5th floor, right?
That was the discussion at a previous meeting. And
Okay,
how,
I just want to know what,
yeah, no, the applicant wants to know as well.
Yeah.
He has asked me for the commission to make a determination. The discussion at previous meetings was that the materials section did not reference like a height limit. That was referenced in height and width. So there was a bit of a nuance that the commission was batting back and forth. So that it is a nuance that is up to you to determine how to apply the design standards, if I understand my conversation with our attorney correctly.
Sure, sorry. So it's up to you to determine how you interpret your design guidelines. There are some rules of interpretation that courts use in interpreting ordinances or statutes, and then likewise ordinances. And I think it would similarly apply by extension to your regulations, because these are all, land use regulations. So the rules that the courts apply in interpreting, trying to determine the intent. The first and most important rule is to look at the plain language of what the rule or regulation says, is the words that were chosen. So the text, so that if the sorry, let me look at it real quick. Where the words are clear and unambiguous, they're to be given their plain and ordinary meaning. So that's really where you start, is what does, what do the words say? If it is ambiguous, then you go on and you kind of dig deeper. So that's what I would kind of offer first. That's sort of really your first step. There's also a very strong, I call it a presumption, sort of a deference to property owners. When you look at regulations, when the government is regulating the use of private property, if there's any ambiguity, the law favors sort of giving the benefit of the doubt to the landowner, if that makes sense. The landowner needs to be put on notice of what the restrictions are and are not. So if there's any ambiguity, the benefit should be given to the free use of property to the landowner, if that helps.
Thank you, Attorney Sanchez Myers.
Well, I would just have to say that doesn't seem ambiguous to me. So it seems like it says vinyl PVC is not accepted.
Okay. Commissioner Barr?
If I could add one more thing to think about, I guess. You know, I think, at least from my perspective, you know, as Christie stated, we review for these projects, the third to fifth floors. In my mind, you know, we would only approve a clad product up to those five, you know, that up to potentially that fifth floor. Now, they do have some architectural unifying, you know, vertical elements here. So, you know, if we were to say, you know, on the top, you know, above floor five, you could do this alternate product, or I guess we wouldn't say you could do it, we just wouldn't review it. But for those vertically unifying elements, I would argue that the window type and detailing needs to translate for consistency's sake. So my perspective would be up to the fifth floor, you must do this clad product. Above that, we don't care unless it has a vertically unifying element and detailing for consistency.
Okay,
Does that sound good?
that sounds real good.
Oh, whenever you make a motion, if you could repackage what you just said into the motion, that would be great.
That was really good, Chris. I promise.
And while I have the floor, given the time constraints for this particular project, you know, at least in my mind, I think, you know, the applicant has come a long way. We're almost there as far as some of the broader range topics such as context, massing, setback, all those things. We need some additional information and clarification. But whoever does the motion or whatever the discussion becomes, I think we probably need to get into some of these details, the architectural details, windows, proportions and pane sizing, trim details. So we need to start seeing that. And chairperson, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, we probably need to request that of the applicant for the next meeting,
Yeah, so,
into the details.
exactly. Agreed. So it'll be a team effort, but do we have a motion to give the applicant some direction based on the discussion that we've had? I've got a design standard queued up for you for setback. I'm ready.
I would be willing to float a motion, but I'm probably going to need a lot of assistance.
We're here to help.
So I make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. With regard to the setback,
Chapter 7.4 for wait.
yes, 7.4, we need drawings to accurately reflect exactly what the setbacks are. For the massing,
7.7.
7. We need more articulation at the rear elevation to minimize the impact on adjacent residential structures. And that specifically applies to the massing on the one side that is planar from ground level to the top of the building. I think that's all that I had on the contextual criteria for materials. We specifically addressed the windows And we require the use of the aluminum clad windows on all the first 5 levels, and that anything above should translate for consistency with the rest of the structure. (7.14). I don't think that yeah, okay, and in terms of the additional details that need to be provided, I'll just note all of the comments in the staff analysis. For the windows, need to see the trim details. All windows proposed for replacement on 306 North Graham Street. That's the original structure. Restoration details. We need details on the fiber cement siding. Specifically, we are looking for siding that emulates the thickness of standard wood siding. Can be a substitute, a cementitious substitute, provided that is available. I also am seeing here materials and product information. We need to ensure that all is provided for the windows, the storefronts, brick and mortar. On the proposed site plan, we need a grading plan. We need fences and walls indicated, dumpster mechanical units, locations of those. And as far as architectural details, railing detail, drawing, lighting details, signage details, storefront elevation details, wall section, storefront section. That concludes my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Goodwin. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the motion?
I do, I'm sorry. Do we want to ask them to, I know there was a conversation about side-by-side drawing, so should we also add that? And then I actually agree with Commissioner Walker on it seems interesting. I think we should ask for an additional arborist report, just to get that side-by-side comparison as well, to see if there's any differentiation, given land design is also doing other things. Is that appropriate?
Is it that you want a kind of a third party or a neutral party
Yes.
arborist report?
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I have a question. Christy, with this type of property, I'm not familiar with the tree replacement plan requirements and wondered if that might be germane to whether or not we need to know whether these 13 trees are or are not viable.
Yeah, so the only difference is when we look at replanting, we don't consider the required street trees that are required under zoning as part of satisfying any replanting for this board.
Even in this, in
Yeah,
commercial.
trees are kind of across the board. Mhm.
So it is important then to know of those 13 trees, whether some of them were salvageable or not. Is that correct to say?
So I heard a few amendments. So I would ask maybe for you to restate Commissioner Bell and see if Commissioner Goodwin and Commissioner Whitlock would accept.
So adding, one amendment is adding the side-by-side, since we've had a number of conversations about this application, side-by-side drawings. And then the second amendment was it the tree? Sorry, my brain is,
That is another one. Mhm.
the tree. So asking for a third-party report on the trees, tree plan.
Okay,
I'm not being eloquent, I apologize.
did perfect.
We were looking for an arborist report that's not an in-house observation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to ask for an amendment as well, or a friendly amendment twofold. One, it sounds like the applicant is open to doing the open corner plan and their supplemental information that we received. So if that is the intent moving forward, would like to see that reflected in the plans, which it sounds like they will do. Just wanted to put that on the record. And then that's my first amendment. Second, to expand upon Phil's motion, would like to articulate that we are approving clad windows up to the 5th story, or not approving, we're accepting clad windows up to the 5th story unless they are being unified by a vertical architectural element. Beyond that, we do not review for that type of material. And would also request that the applicant clearly articulate on the elevations which window types will be used on each elevation so we can confirm that.
All right, so 2 amendments. First, Commissioner Goodwin, do you accept Commissioner Bell's amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Whitlock, could you turn your microphone on?
Yeah, I just questioned requiring a second arborist in this particular case, just based on the trees that we're talking about and just the reality of it. Just seems like an undue burden because they're not special trees.
Okay. So you do not accept the amendment?
I don't accept that portion of the amendment. I can rescind my second and let someone else weigh in.
And we need to hear from our attorney.
Yeah, we're getting really complicated right now.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
The original motion came from Commissioner Goodwin, was originally seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. And we had 2 amendments, which is my fault. I should have stopped this at the first one. But we had 2 amendments, one from Commissioner Bell and one from Commissioner Barth.
So seconded.
Commissioner Whitlock is not agreeing with one of the amendments.
Yes. The first amendment, he's not.
Second.
They were grouped together, so that might be the problem.
Who made the first, you made the motion?
No, Commissioner Goodwin made the motion.
Motion.
Mhm.
I wanted to make an amendment.
Does not second it. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Since
that,
it's seconded, what do we do?
right.
so the amendment, this friendly amendment, or the multiple amendments have not been seconded, so the, sorry. So go back to the original motion that has been seconded. Just go back to that starting point,
Okay,
and you can build off of that, would, I think would be the simplest
okay.
way forward.
Can I ask something? Instead of me repeating that very, very long motion, Noel, if you could just retract that friendly amendment, we can add it later.
I'll retract it, thank you.
And I think that would
Okay.
enable us to move along.
All right, so we have a second to our original motion by Commissioner Goodwin.
Any
And
of the amendments come into play minus the tree one, or?
we're now discussing the motion.
Okay, so if we have any more amendments to restate, then we should.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, discussion on the motion?
Have to just, you can ask her in front of everybody.
The
And-
other-
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Thanks.
the
Commissioner
other,
Bell, what was the second part of your amendment? I think maybe I could cluster our amendments together.
yeah, sorry. The second part of my amendment was asking for the side-by-side. So we have the comparison from the beginning of this application to the most current.
Okay, with that being said, would you mind if I stated some amendments?
I do not mind, thank you.
I have some discussion and would like to propose 3 friendly amendments, requesting that the applicant provide side-by-side comparisons of each iteration on individual slides so they can be reviewed accurately. Number 2, requesting that the applicant update their drawings to reflect the supplement agenda items with the open corner sightlines on Graham 6th and Graham and 7th on the corner of the buildings. And number 3, adding to Commissioner Goodwin's talking point for the window acceptance, requesting that clad windows are being accepted up to floor 5 unless they're on vertically unifying building elements, and also requesting, related to that point, that the applicant identify on the elevations window types.
Was that a friendly amendment?
It was very friendly.
Commissioner Goodwin, do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock, do you?
Yes.
All right. Amendments have been accepted. We've had discussion. Let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes,
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you, Sheldon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Everybody. Do we want to take a 5 or 10-minute break?
Yes.
Please? Okay, thank you. We'll resume with application number 3 in about 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Are we all back? Michelle, you ready?
Yep. we're ready.
Okay, all right, we're gonna keep rolling. Thanks, everyone. We knew number 2 would take us a few minutes to talk about, but we're gonna switch over and move to application number 3. Come on up, have a seat, and y'all were sworn in at the very beginning, right? Yes. Thought I saw you raise your hand. Okay, so the next application is a retaining wall and porch changes. And this is an after the fact application. There's kind of a before picture, a long ago before picture. Here's a better one. And so the commission has seen this house before. We worked with them on window replacement and, upgrading the interior, the interior of the house. But they're here now for a retaining wall across the front and replacement steps. And you can see a progress photo on slide 6. And another progress photo on slide 7. And so, yes, just a reminder to the commission, the work has been done, but we review projects on their merits according to the design standards as if it has not been done. So we treat all projects as if it's a request for approval without the work being done. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Terrence is he joining us on the phone? Okay, okay. Kevin is representing the applicant today. Kevin, if you would take the mic and state your name and your address for the court reporter. Oh, turn it on so it hits green. There you go. Mhm.
Kevin Brown, I'm representing 1547 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. Right? Yeah.
And I have the slides are kind of behind you. So you just tell me where you want to start. I'm going to start you on slide 5.
All right, we could start. As you can see, probably at that slide there, but if you go back some, back to, I think it was number 3.
And Mr. Brown, if you could pull the mic closer to you, that way we can hear you.
Yeah, number 3. No, I think it's slide. I think mine's a little different than yours. Go right here. Stop. This one. Yep, right here. As you can see, the sidewalk here where the retaining wall is located at. Okay, there was a pipe. If you go like down at the corner there of that second picture up top, and there was a pipe located there, and the city actually came in and ripped that pipe out, and they removed the concrete from that wall, so that destabilized the whole area of that wall there even more. And so he ended up going back, and if you go back to this wall here, they recommended that, hey, do not build that retaining wall close to the street walkway. So they moved it back. I think he had it moved back maybe like about 10 inches. As you can see, this is the new concrete right here. The sidewalk, that's the new concrete. So this wall started falling into, protruding into the street, the city sidewalk. And if you go back to number, I guess it would be number 7 on mine. I'm sorry, I think it would be number 7. Keep going back. I mean, going down to this one right here. As you can see, the new sidewalk right here, what they had put in, and you can see he moved the retaining wall back about maybe, I think it's like 10, I can't remember what, it's maybe between 12 to 18 inches off the street, just to give it that that walkway, because if they went back and there's a pipe somewhere in that line right there, that it won't affect the retaining wall. So that's one of the reasons why they pushed it back. And as far as just the material, the stone, that material, and during the time when they purchased a stone, were trying to, submitted this form to try to get it approved way back when. And so the homeowner went ahead and they couldn't return it and just utilized that stone, that's the gray stone there that's on there. And all that stone, there's stone pads that were actually part of the sidewalk of that house originally, and it's like embedded into the ground. And that's why the homeowner went ahead with the stone on the steps of the house. And they just actually put it on the steps because that steps is not brick, it's just all concrete on the steps. And so that's pretty much the material, was a gray, I think it was a gray stucco. I can tell you exactly what the material was. And I think it was considered to be gray rubble stone. And this was one of the ones that, because it was, it wouldn't swell, it didn't scratch, it was a pretty good expensive stone. So that was one of the reasons why the homeowner went with that. And if you look at the property adjacent to it, the stone next door, and there was a few other slides like this one right here. As you can see, the stone on the steps in right here and going up the sides. Also, there is a few homes in the neighborhood as well where they have some stone that's similar. As you can see here, right down the street, around the corner. And that's pretty much all the different stone types in the neighborhood over there. And that's pretty much it. But like I said, they were under pressure getting that wall done. It's like, you had to do something because it couldn't just sit there and based on a time frame of everything here. Something had to be done. And either the retaining wall was gonna eventually just fall into the walkway inside of the city space, or, could be a pedestrian hazard, or just go ahead and he fixed the retaining wall and put the stone up that was already paid for. And so, and that's where we're at as far as getting that, getting it approved. Any questions or?
Is that all?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Chrissy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against this application?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barth? Turn your mic.
Mr. Brown, can you speak to the specification or the quality of stone that was used? Is, thickness?
Yes.
How it's mortared or grouted in place, that sort of thing? Looks
Yeah,
to
well,
be-
it's grouted in place, and it's a strong stone. It's very thick, strong stone. And that was one of the things that he definitely wanted. And I think when he contacted someone here at the historical, and he was explaining, Terrence was explaining that this was already paid for and during the pandemic and all the stuff was going on. You couldn't return the stone and the cost of it. And then if he went with a different style, I think the price had doubled or tripled. And he already had this stone here. But this stone here, it's a well for outdoor. The stone is weather resistant and less likely to chip or crack. So that's one of the advantages of this stone compared to some of the other stones. Even the stone as the house adjacent to it, they actually had to repair some of that stone, and that's a stone that's pretty much what you're seeing a lot in some mountain houses on the fireplaces and different things like that. And as you can tell, that stone at the adjacent property, there's a lot of cracks in that one that you wouldn't find in this at this house.
Okay, so, so the wall platted stone,
Mhm.
the stone veneer going up the wall, the retaining wall part of it, would that be like a 4-inch thick stone, would you estimate? Or
I'd say about 4 inches, and some of them might be like 3.5, 4 to 5 inches, the
Okay.
minimum.
And then the capstone running along the wall and the cheek walls and the stair treads, would that be like inch
I'd
and a
say
half?
inch
2
and a
inches?
half to 2 inches for that, the top, which is pretty standard.
All right, and Christy, You may have confirmed this last time, but and you probably have a better grasp on this than anyone. Of the examples provided of the stone precedents in the surrounding neighborhood, do we know which ones are historic versus after the fact, modern?
Page 1 of the staff memo
Oh,
discusses
sorry.
that. That's okay. I'm glad to point it out for everyone. 1543 Merriman, 325 West Boulevard, 248 West Kingston, 1923 South Mint, and 1523 Merriman. They were installed prior to Wilmore becoming a local district. 1613, I think it's labeled as 1600 in the presentation, South Mint. It's an original retaining wall. 1732, installed in early 2011, and then 1931 was not approved. It's a violation.
So a mixed bag here. I think, and obviously this was what was there before was a block wall that was failing.
Yes.
And no indication of what was there previously before the block, because I imagine the block was fairly modern.
Yes.
Relative to the house. Okay. All right, thanks.
All right, any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question on, I guess, 23, it shows the in progress with the CMU in place. Was that in place when it was approved previously?
Say that again?
So the work had already begun.
Yes, that was already in place. That was original. That was repaired. Were you talking about where the arrow, where you talking about?
Yeah, I think so. I might have Cindy speak to this. She wrote the COA. But this is kind of a progress shot of the project. And then the COA was issued for what staff could approve. So Cindy, I'm gonna let you speak on that.
So my understanding was that work was already in progress when I was issuing as I was issuing the COA. The conversation was that, hey, staff can't approve this material. Here's what we can do. And so the applicant chose to go the staff review route. And then we were out and about and driving by and realized that work had been done not in accordance to the COA, and so that's why we're here.
And the COA was for the wall to be clad in brick.
Yes, that's correct. I think it was it's been a while, but I think it was concrete steps and brick facing on the cheek walls and the retaining wall.
Stone.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like I gave 3 different options, gray, beige, or concrete for the straight edge cap.
Commissioner Goodwin?
So the block wall was repaired prior to the issuance of the COA, and also the stone was ordered before the issuance of the COA. Is there anything else that was done?
That's it.
That's it? Okay.
Well, consider, I mean, the wall actually, like I said, when the city came in and removed the sidewalk, the wall was unsecure from that point. Because they actually put some pipes down there or whatever they were doing with the water lines. And so because originally the wall was in the street pavers were, right back to back.
All the stone was applied after the COA was issued. Is that correct?
I think so, or was it doing, I'm not sure, be on the exact date that it was. I'm not sure the exact date.
COA was issued on March 8th. I don't know when the stone was installed,
Yeah.
but what I issued in the COA is what I thought the appearance was at the time. I think it's the page slide 23,
23.
I think is what it was as myself and the applicant were discussing this and the COA process was occurring.
Yeah, that's what I would assume.
That's my understanding, yes.
So if I'm seeing this correctly, what's installed there is not what's there currently? Is that correct?
No,
So-
so the COA was written as the project was underway. So this is more of like, the COA was written, it met all of staff, what staff could approve as far as location, like Kevin explained, setting it off the sidewalk. And then the COA was written for the material that staff could approve. But what was installed, so the COA was written on slide 20 for specific materials for concrete steps at the front porch and the sidewalk. But what was installed instead of the concrete steps was a stone material. And so that's why it's here for the commission's review. But, you know, per what the applicant said, they installed it that way because they had already ordered the stone and like couldn't return it.
So to the applicant, when the COA was issued and that in progress work, was the intent to put the brick face on in front of that? And a different material was ordered and installed instead?
Yes, well, from my understanding, we thought that that was, you could use the stone because of the other houses in the neighborhood. That because of even the house adjacent to it, that you had stone there as well, and other houses in the neighborhood had stone, so they were just going to something that's similar to the stone.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yes. That strip that's left between the sidewalk and the wall, is it 18 inches? It appears to be less.
Strip. Right there,
I mean, that's before the stone, so it's,
right here.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that, I mean, that meet whatever the setbacks, what they told them, as far as,
Well, it would be 18 inches clear between the sidewalk and the stone, not the block. I'm just looking at it, thinking,
I'm not sure.
it doesn't look like.
I mean, I can't tell from a picture or, unless, I can't tell from that.
I think it could be, if you look at one of those CMUs going down the side, they're 16 inches and you could see the foundation pipe sticking out of the CMU. You take one of those blocks and put it in front of that. It's close.
And the traffic cone, we can find a
Yeah, traffic
measurement of
cone's
what that
back
is.
This wide.
Yeah.
So if you got a traffic cone this wide, then, and that's further back to the thing, so I mean,
Yeah, but that's before the stone was put on. Yeah,
I think it would be close to 18 inches, but
yeah.
I think it's splitting hairs.
But anyway, yeah, and you mentioned something about that sidewalk looks like the old sidewalk, but I understood you to say.
no, that sidewalk is definitely not the old sidewalk. That's a new sidewalk. It's just dirty.
Okay,
Now, if you go back to the old picture, you'll see that sidewalk is pretty cracked out.
But the new sidewalk was built in the same location.
You see the same, this is the old sidewalk that was up against it. And if you go back to look at the other one. It's just that there was sand that they were using for the mixing, and that's why you see that color that looks like that. So it just needed to be pressure washed after a while. You see, if you noticed that how the difference.
and then you mentioned a pipe that the city came in.
Yeah, if you go further down, they had a problem even after I think they started. If right here, you see how new that one is? They had to come back and do some repairs right there where they broke that concrete up, right at the light pole further down. You see that that slab was ripped out.
Commissioner Whitlock, any other questions?
No.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, just in the most simple way, that the material was purchased but not approved, couldn't be returned, and therefore was installed.
I think so, or it was during the process. I know it was already purchased, but I guess through through the process with Sydney, I guess somehow during that time, I don't know when exactly it was put on, as far as in between the time of, okay, but I know they didn't have a choice but to, fix that wall. They didn't have a choice but to fix it because of safety concerns. And the neighbors complaining because the wall actually tilted into the walkway of the sidewalk. And that's had a lot to do with the city. Once they demoed and removed that concrete, it took the support off because it was butting right up against each other.
I think it's less about not repairing the wall and more about the materials that were used to repair the wall. So just to clarify, we would never want
Oh, yeah.
you to
Yeah,
put
and that's,
anybody
and
in
this thing, and I
way.
think too that the material, I guess, also looking at some of the other in the neighborhood of stuff that's used is similar. And the quality of the material too is a good material also. And so, I mean, it's a a great material. I mean, I'll use it on my house.
Well, here's where I want to appeal to you, the applicant, and anyone else that's listening. Staff is one of the greatest resources that we have for these historic districts. If they give guidance, it's to your benefit, and it will hopefully avoid you having to come here. And then it avoids putting us in a position where we may deliver some news that nobody wants to hear. So I understand it may have been a miscommunication, misunderstanding, but we take this historic district and the standards that we hold all of our historic districts to very seriously. So just a word of advice and to you and and everyone else that may be listening, because we have to uphold these standards across the board and for all applicants.
And to that same point, it's kind of a dangerous thing, looking interior to the neighborhood for other examples, because, I don't even sometimes know if it's a historic example or if it's a new example. And so being able to filter through that, and if alternative materials are being contemplated, it's good to bring that to staff because they know, this is a good example to follow, this may not be. And then if we need to bring it back to the commission, then we can.
Right. All right. If there are no more questions for the applicant, we'll close for deliberation. All right, where do we start? Let's see, Chris, you said that so eloquently. Can you start us off in this conversation?
So I think the question is, the previous retaining wall, which was failing, was made of CMU. Our guidelines clearly state to replace retaining walls or other site elements with like, or look into the neighborhood for historic examples. I don't think that we'd, if we were gonna re-review this project before it would start, I don't think we would approve putting a CMU wall there, so the applicant has to come back with alternative materials. The initial COA that proposed brick, which I think all of us would have been in favor of. And I'm not saying that stone isn't appropriate here, but maybe not all of the elements. It may be appropriate because they've brought us some examples of historic examples rather of stone being used on retaining walls and different elements within the neighborhood. So I think that precedent is set. I don't know that the style necessarily fits, but I could probably get away with it. And then as far as the cheek walls, steps, walking surfaces, that sort of thing, I'm sort of okay with the I've always been okay with the sidewalk to retaining wall setback. But it appears if they're not exactly at 18 inches, they're pretty darn close. So at least from my perspective, that's where I stand. Would love to get other opinions.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Well, the picture that we saw, which evident with the concrete block wall that was installed, I mean, that's what would precede the brick. Typically, your brick wall would have, if it's going to be strong, would have block behind it. And so what's got me concerned is that evidently about the time of the certificate of approval, that the stone had been ordered, but the certificate of approval called for concrete walkway, concrete steps, brick wall, and angled cheek walls too. And someone made a decision to just ignore that and build the stone wall. I understand in this district, there's a lot of stone walls, nearby, but again, Wilmore wasn't designated as historic district until 2010. But, in this particular case, a COA was approved, was granted, and a decision was made to not comply with that, simply because the stone had been ordered, evidently.
For those of us who are less informed with the building science, isn't considered, what's been installed isn't considered mortared stone? It is considered mortared stone. Okay.
But I don't know that it's a non-conforming methodology with our guidelines and per the examples shown, per se. I think first we need to look at materiality.
Mm-hmm.
We need to look at the fact that it's taken complete disregard for what was approved. And this was a staff COA, correct, Christy?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. So, there's been a disregard to what was approved by the staff and what has occurred in the past few months. So, that needs to be taken into consideration. I don't know necessarily that the stone material is unjustified here. But for this particular case, it may be unjustified.
That's fair.
Can I ask,
Commissioner Walker?
is that a manufactured stone or is that a real stone?
Real stone.
It looks
Oh,
like.
I'm sorry, we were closed. We can reopen, and Commissioner Walker, could you ask that question again, please?
Yes, Mr. Brown, is that a manufactured stone or a real stone?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like it's a, what's it called? Phil may know, that's a split stone versus a field stone or something, so it's.
And we'll reclose. All right, commissioners, any other?
Yeah, I just have one other thought, and I think, looking at the certificate of appropriateness that they had, and it was attached to this photograph that showed the stepped cheek walls. So based on that, did that override the written angle cheek walls, and it would seem that there was some credence given to that, so that may be a non-issue, in my opinion.
Because a step cheek wall was not installed.
No, it was installed as a stepped cheek wall, and it calls for
An angle.
angled,
I see.
which I would assume means just a angle following the slope of the hill there. But it's clearly built as a step.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I wrote the COA, I can tell you what it was meant to be. It was meant to be what was originally there. So if you look at slide 22, you can barely see it in one of the photos, but the walls that were there, existing walls, were angled brick cheek walls that came down on a slant. So my discussions with the owner, who's not here, were that I can approve that for that, basically, knowing that a CMU wall was there and it was going to have to be faced with brick, including the existing cheek walls down to the sidewalk.
A better view is on slide 5.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Other thoughts? Hmm. So essentially, none of what was in the COA was observed or implemented. So commissioners, as Commissioner Barth said, we need to factor all of that into our decision and give the applicant some guidance forward. Also, the materials is not necessarily something that's against our standards, but it wasn't what was approved in the COA that was provided by staff.
If I may make a suggestion,
Yes.
when we came up on this last meeting, we took it element by element. So maybe you want to take retaining wall and talk about that, cheek walls and stairs, walkway, front porch steps, and maybe break it out. Would that make it easier? So Commissioner Barth's earlier statements.
Well, what I was gonna say is the CMU wall needed to be, as you put, Commissioner Hawkins, needed to be replaced with something and clad with something. Now, the only masonry site hardscape element we have to go by are the cheek walls, the brick cheek walls, and the concrete steps. So, and Christy, to your comment, looking at this project holistically, you know, if we were to look at the stairs and cheek walls, we would say, if this was a new project, we would say replace with like and match existing, you know, repaired and replace. And to unify that, I would imagine the retaining wall would be, we would request that that be brick as well. Even though, you know, stone does fit, you know, have its place in the neighborhood. Looking at the project holistic, well, I don't know. I'm so on the fence with this one.
Well,
Maybe reference design standards.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe start there.
So fences and walls is 8.6 through 7. So let's take it there.
Number 4 and number 3 and 10. Well, it's a non-issue.
So yeah, let's, like Christy mentioned, let's start with the stairs. I mean, no, Let's start with the wall. So that's 8.6, unless you flip somewhere else. 8.6 through 7. So
Well, number 3 clearly states, for original historic retaining walls, replace existing historic fences and walls by matching the material height and detail. If this is not possible, use a simplified design of similar materials and height.
So do we feel the spirit, what the number 3 is suggesting is,
I think they matched the height and done what they could do with this sloping front yard. The materials, they had nothing to go by for this existing, for this existing retaining wall. So the only alternative was to come back with an alternate material. Which stone is used historically for retaining walls in Wilmore.
so treating this like it has not happened. They are bringing forward stone,
Yes.
which is an acceptable material. Okay, so that's the wall. Any other comments, discussion on the wall? Commissioner Weed?
I have a question. Based on the application, though, it appears as if the one that's labeled as 1600 South Mint is the only one that is historical in this context for the stone. So would that really, the others, it appears, were before Wilmore was designated historic?
I think it's enough to reference that one. You have one to reference, so you can reference that in a decision.
Says 1600 Merriman? Oh, no, South Mint.
Mint.
South Mint.
I think it might be labeled. It's 1613. It's labeled in the presentation as 1613.
1613.
Yeah.
Oh, 16.
Yeah.
So stair and cheek walls.
Okay, stair and cheek walls.
Guidelines clearly state replace with like materials. There's an excuse for the retaining wall. I don't know that there's so much an excuse for the stair and cheek wall.
Right.
But as a it's like as a unified design, do you shoot yourself in the foot by not being consistent? I guess we could ask that the applicant come back with a design. If we're going to request, if it's the consensus of the board that we request that the stair and cheek walls be of like design from the original house, then we may ask them to come back with a design that reflects how this stone and this original building element of the stair and cheek walls can be a unifying element, can be cohesively integrated.
Because there are examples of, you have stone, I think it's even in our design on page 8.6. It looks like the steps are brick and the wall is stone. Is that unacceptable?
Yeah, I guess, using the 1613 South Mint, we have a stone retaining wall at the sidewalk, concrete stairs, it appears to be concrete stairs, and then brick stepped cheek walls with caps at the house porch.
Okay. Right, okay, yep. So-
I will ask this, using 1613, or as it's reflected in the plan, the application 1600 South Mint, you have like a stone element, stone retaining, like there's two zones of masonry hardscape. You have this stone element in the front, and then the part that's connected to the house being brick. Do any of the other commissioners, could you look at this application in a similar way?
It's slide 14.
Or maybe we might even go to street view, because that picture's a little grainy.
So to give further insight, this was a stone wall that was failing and was like rebuilt to its exact specifications of what it was. And you can see this, it was just the wall, the steps have stayed. If I go back in time.
Oh,
Candace, our mason, helped very closely with this project, so, but you can kind of see what was done. So
so did,
they also integrated, yeah, which probably didn't meet the COA, but
okay.
that's the way it is now. But it's not stepped, but it is integrated and squared off.
They do have stepped walls at the house stair though, now. Although that's not a historic example, it looks like that was.
Yeah, that was
Oh, okay.
So you can see some of it was original and some of it is new, been repaired.
There were originally stepped cheek walls for the porch stair. It went to a railing.
Let's see here.
Interesting.
They did. Gonna go back to the application.
Okay. All right, commissioners. What direction do we want to give them? Okay, we looked at the wall. We talked about that the materiality is not, doesn't go against our standards.
At least for the cheek wall and stairs.
For the cheek wall and stairs, you think it does?
It does not.
Not. And you think it goes against the standards for the retaining wall too?
No, because what was there was in non-conformance. And
Right.
what they replaced it with would be in conformity given the precedent shown, excuse me. But I guess what I'm asking for is that we be given proof that if we move forward with requesting them to bring the stair and steps into conformance, would it be appropriate with the new material on the retaining wall? Does that make sense? My question is, I think the stone on the retaining wall could be approved. Not saying that it would be, but it could be.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the cheek wall and stairs would be approved per our guidelines and per what we have approved in the past, because it was an existing historic element that was replaced with something not in like. So what I'm asking is, we need to request evidence from the applicant to show that if we choose to leave the stone, but ask them to bring the stair and cheek walls back into conformity, being brick and concrete, does that present itself a unified application for, the material changing? Am I talking in circles?
Commissioner Bell?
Sorry, thank you. I think that's why I asked the question of this returning the stone. So it just feels to me like the attempt there was to return the stone. They weren't able to return the stone, and therefore this, the wall was built. And I just don't feel like, I mean, it's difficult because it's up, but I guess when I go back to other meetings where people were talking about after the fact, we haven't given them approval. They've had to fix the error that was made. So I just want to make sure that even though it's overwhelming actually for me to even look at all that stone that was put in, that we as commissioners are acknowledging this as not existing, and would we have signed off or approved that stone wall, the material? And if the answer to me is no, if the answer is no, then I feel like we need to go back and ask the applicant.
Well, the standards does support this material. It's considered mortared stone, if I'm not mistaken, and that's an acceptable material for a retaining wall. So it's possible.
It is possible.
Considering our standards.
Okay.
The other part, the cheek wall and the stairs, I think that's where we are right now. And I think you guys are about to say something. So feel free, Commissioner Whitlock.
Can we do it like, ask people to just do a show of hands? Okay, I would just ask for a show of hands if we were to approve the stone retaining wall that's adjacent to the sidewalk, and then approve an alternate for the steps and the cheek wall to be compliant with the certificate of appropriateness that was already approved. Everybody agree to that?
That's where,
Like a motion?
yes, I was just about to say that. That
Yeah.
sounds like a motion.
Okay. Yes, so I would like to make a motion that we approve the retaining wall that's directly adjacent to the sidewalk with the stone, and that we approve we are going to ask that the steps and the cheek wall be reconstructed to match the previous certificate of appropriateness, whatever that date was.
March 8th. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitlock. Do we have a second?
Okay, so just to recap, the motion is to approve the retaining wall at stone in the location and height built, and require that the steps to the front porch, steps be the walkway, and the steps to the sidewalk and sidewalls be concrete as originally approved in the COA. Okay, that's the motion. Okay.
Yes, that's the motion.
Yeah.
A clarification here, the brick on the cheek walls. So we do just concrete there, no brick?
That's up to you. It was written for, I think,
Brick cheek.
Cindy, chime in.
So we're going to have brick cheek walls,
The angled brick. Yep. You can
brick cheek walls
stone. and
intersecting with a
concrete.
stone wall.
I think you might need a drawing if you're gonna ask for that.
So should we continue or send to staff?
Study. You could approve the retaining wall. You could do two motions. You could
Okay.
approve the retaining wall and then continue the cheek walls, steps and walkway for restudy.
I like that.
Okay.
Commit.
Good.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay? Could we perhaps entertain the motion to forego the brick and just have concrete cheek walls, concrete steps, stone retaining wall? So we
You
can
could
get
do
this.
that as
I
well.
think I'd still want to see what that looks like. I mean, all of this because, there's a lot of intersecting walls and things going on here. I think, we need to get away from the stepped cheek walls. So we need to see how that ties. And I mean, the wall is changed in height, so there's a lot of things going on here. It's getting complicated.
So two motions then. Okay, Scott. Sorry, Michelle.
No, go ahead. So two motions, as Christy said. So can you start us with the first one?
Yeah, I will make a motion that we approve the retaining wall as stone.
Okay. Height and all
Second.
that. It's been moved by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
Madam Chair, I think you might want a guideline for that.
Thank you, Cindy.
8.6 and 7?
Yes. Yeah, 8.6, number 3.
Okay.
Seven, number 12.
All right. Guidelines 8.6, number 3, and 8.7, number 12. Been added. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion, any additional discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote on this motion. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. That motion passes 7-0. We have an additional motion.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we continue the steps and the cheek walls for further study.
Do we have a standard to go with that?
Per standards 8.63. And let's see, is someone for steps. Well, 8.63.
All right. We have a motion to continue, seconded by Commissioner Walker. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Sidewalks and parking are 8.2 for reference, and just maybe some clarity. Are you asking for the walkway to be restudied as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that would include the walkway.
So adding 8.2.
8.6.2.
And just
Or
to
did
be
you say
clear, we're asking for
8.2?
We're asking for a visual representation of how this will be integrated.
Good clarification.
Yeah, good. Agreed.
And we're requesting a angled cheek wall, not stepped.
Correct. So these, yes, I guess I would add that that should we refer to the original certificate of appropriateness in this one?
You don't have to. This is no, you don't have to. You may if you want to, but you don't have to. Just
Well, if we say that that we want a restudy based on the standards, which would, since it was angled before, would dictate that it be angled in this go round. So I don't know that we need to say anything. So,
Okay.
yeah.
You good with that? All right, I think it's time for us to vote. All right, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bill,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. The motion to continue the walkway and cheek walls passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
You're more than welcome.
everyone. Okay, next application is number 4, 818 to 826 East Kingston Avenue. Russell, come on up. And you've been sworn in. You've been here since the beginning, correct? Okay, great. This next application is an alternative materials request, and we have product samples with us. It is for a portion of a roof at a historic multifamily building at 818, 826 East Kingston. So here's the building, and we're talking about the roofs kind of over these bays. And Russell's put together a great application.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thorough. And I'm just gonna turn it over to him to explain the project. Some of this project has already been staff approved. There's a flat roof. You'll see on slide 7. It was TPO. It was like for like, so staff approved that. And these notes about adding coping, that's no longer part of the project. Staff couldn't approve that because it was changing the look of the parapet, but it's my understanding that that's also not part of the project anymore.
Correct.
And the only thing that the commission is being asked to review today is this, the tile replacement on these 4 bays. So with that, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Certainly. My name is Russell Clark, 820 East Kingston. I live there. That's my house. So it's a building. It used to have been an apartment building. It was converted to 4 condominiums about 15, 20 years ago. We needed to replace the roof. The TPO roofing, as she mentioned, was leaking, and we also have leaking in the metal roof in the front part that's visible over the sunrooms. That's leaking as well. As you can see in the presentation, there's several places where there's damage. But this is the building front from the corner of Park and Kingston, and then the side, that EFS wall section was a new addition that was built back, I think, around 2007. The brick part of the building is original building, and then there's the front. Each unit has porches, and then the top was enclosed. So you've got a roof there. The original roof, that green you see, that is a stamped steel roofing material. It's stamped to form to look like a Mediterranean tile roof, but it's actually steel. We've got some pictures closer. As you can see, there's a lot of leakage. So here's kind of some of the damage under the soffit where, they've been leaking over the years. We've tried to repair it. Different people have tried to repair it several times. If you go to the next slide, you can see sort of where it is. It's about 90 years old, so it's rusted through, it's split, cracked. We've tried, silicone, different sorts of patches and repairs to it, but it's gotten to the point we just need to replace it. And if you could go to the next couple of slides. This is not really relevant. That's the TPO portion, which was also approved and has been replaced. So what we want to do is replace essentially, and I'd actually can say that it's really a like-for-like replacement. The original material is a stamped steel. It's not actual tile. It's a metal that's formed to look like a Mediterranean tile. We've identified a manufacturer in California that makes, it's called Decra. It's a material, it's a steel also that's stamped form to look like Mediterranean tile. It's used there extensively. And so we want to replace it with a current material that's with a factory finish to replace that roofing. You could see, yeah, the other element on the end there, this one to the left, that is the element that was added, that addition was added in 2007. So that's a more modern, metal roofing material that actually doesn't, exactly match the roofing on the front part of the building. So we want to replace that as well as the roofing on the front part of the building as well, so that we've got consistency.
So that's right here. What he just mentioned is right here, and these are the older roofs here.
So as she mentioned earlier, the TPO roofing, originally we wanted to do that and have a coping over the parapet. We actually replaced that, and we didn't need to use coping to do that. So we're not changing anything else except for the actual roofing material for the sunrooms.
There's some roof information on slide 18, 19. Oh, I guess 19 is the TPO.
Yeah, that's
20
kind of obsolete.
The coping, downspouts and gutters can be approved at the staff level. He's basically just here to ask about the steel roofing.
Correct. And there's an example from the manufacturer's material website, sort of what, it's not a very good color representation. I think this is a sample of the actual color that we're looking at. More matches the neighborhood materials and colors. Reads a little bit more green out in the sunlight, but has the same details, ridge lines as a Mediterranean tile roof.
All right. So, quick question for you. You said the roof is about 90 years old?
Yes, our knowledge, it's original
Okay.
to the building.
And any concerns with the proposed steel roof that you're suggesting? Any concerns about that, the longevity of that type of roof?
It's the same type of material. It's a metal alloy, but it's a steel roof. It's basically a similar material. It's a kind of a plastic coated material, but on the bottom. But no, I mean, the original lasted as long as it has. It's been abused. If you see the original roof, it's been stepped on, beat on over the years. And it doesn't have a modern coating like this is. So I would expect we'd have a good life out of this.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm sorry. Is there anybody on to speak for or against this application, Christy?
There's not.
Okay.
And staff's only question was about these little details, if they could be replicated.
Okay. Awesome. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, that was my question too. I went out and took a look at this, and I mean, it's a beautiful roof, but it's, you could have fooled me, but it's in bad shape. I mean, you look at it up close, you can tell there's a lot of corrosion, a lot of damage, and definitely needs to be replaced. But that little ornamental detail up there where the hips intersect, didn't see that. But then also the color, is this the color that you're proposing?
This is the color that we're proposing. I mean, the materials come in with factory finishes, and they come in a limited kind of array of colors. That is I think it's a brush applied just paint that is on it currently, and we didn't have anything that matches that color.
So, okay, so there's not a color available in that product that matches the green.
This is the closest. If you see this in a sunlight, it actually reads more green. It doesn't look green. I'm not saying it's green because it doesn't match, but it has green elements to it, and in sunlight, it actually it looks better, frankly, with what we saw on the building. We also looked at maybe a red, looking at red clay tile look, but that with a red brick building doesn't really look appropriate either.
Okay, but the hip details, you would be able to emulate that, I believe, from the photographs that you showed, but not necessarily.
Yeah, I think so, and it's not in here, but like this is from the manufacturer's brochures, and they show examples where they've got the ability to make some fairly similar details, peaks of cupolas and that sort of thing. It's called Pompeii ash. It's the color. Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bell?
Sorry, is there a rendering, and maybe that's what you were getting to, but is there a rendering of the building that you're presenting today with the materials? So like from the street, what would it look like?
No, I mean, that's it. I'm not an architect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, the brochure has examples of, of houses with that material, if you'd like to take a look of what it can do.
What page are you on? I have for sure.
So on the brochure, I'm looking, it's the Decra Villa tile material, and I want to say it's the third and fourth page.
Go to the gallery and it does look much greener in the photograph.
And I think the reason I was asking is it just would give an idea of what the material would look like on the actual building from, depending on where you're standing on the street or if you're close to
Yeah,
the building.
certainly. I just don't have the ability to do, I mean, I understand you're used to seeing corporations in here with their renderings and all, but I don't have that ability. But you can see some of the examples there, the details that they're able to create, show, yeah. One thing important, that's Decra tile. So Decra Villa is the product we're looking at, which is towards the front of it. That's it right there.
Villa tile, okay.
Right, but you can see like the peak of that cupola, for example, they have the details like that.
So are
Christie,
Yes, sir.
there's a
What page?
tab that says View Decra Villa Tile Gallery.
Okay.
You can find that, then they have a Pompeii Ash house.
Can you show me what you're looking at?
Yeah, it's just,
Oh, you're on their website.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not on their website. Let me,
I think in the presentation, I may have put a link to the.
Link to it.
okay. Let
Website.
me pull that up.
There you go, right
Right
there.
here. Just want to make sure I'm showing the right thing. There we go. Okay, now where do I go from here?
Scroll, there was a tab on the right that said, yeah, there it is, View Decra Villa Tile Gallery.
Okay,
And just pick the one with the,
Pompeii Ash.
there you go.
That helps.
That's this on a building. Okay.
It reads lighter out in the sunlight,
It
and
does.
every picture looks a little different, but.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
Can I ask, can I ask, the existing tiles are smooth metal, correct? This has like almost like an asphalt granular coating on it.
Yeah, it
much
has
like
like
an
I feel like
asphalt shingle.
Yes.
I don't know that it matters being that high up, but have you looked into other non-coated metal panels?
If you look on the end, the new edition part, it has more of a smooth kind of metal painted, and frankly, it looks like a football helmet to me. It's a little bit of shiny look to it. You take a steel and paint it. The original is a paint, but it's just chalky or whatever from age, and I don't know. But like on the end there, it just has a more reflective whatever look, and we felt this was more appropriate.
Yeah, there's obviously a patina quality to the original historic metal roof, which is nice and I'm sure impossible to duplicate. I don't know of any company that makes that anymore. I was just more or less asking to see if, rather than it being this asphalt coated or whatever, this granular coated surface, if you had an example of a smooth one. But it looks like many of the elements, like the hip components, minus the finial or decorative point or whatever, a lot of them can be replicated, which is good.
Yeah, I do agree that the texture is significantly different. And I did notice when I was looking at the front the very front that it was different. As a matter of fact, when I was looking at the front, I was thinking this might even be true clay tiles, but they're not, they're metal.
Yeah,
With that.
they are.
So are those tiles perhaps, are those painted? Did you say those were painted or do they come?
The,
directly from
the ones on
manufacturer?
the new
On the
end.
very front, yeah, on the end. on
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
addition.
That's the
On
kind
the
of
new
the
addition.
left-hand side of the
Not-
building
not,
on the
you know,
addition.
on the
Yeah,
new-
they're I think they're a smooth paint. Yeah.
But were you involved in that replacement? And
No, that's before my time. We've owned it for about 4 years. Those are about, I want to say 2007, I think that addition was made.
I'm wondering if those tiles might be available because that's much, much closer than these.
We'd have to do research, find out where they are. They might be. The other ones like that, and frankly, we don't care for those. They don't, they have a shiny look to them, and the others we've seen painted like that they're more of a shiny look. They don't look like the originals.
Well, these are mimicking barrel tiles, and oftentimes barrel tiles are very smooth finish and can be a bit shiny.
Hey, any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, that finial piece, what were you going to do at that point on the new roof?
I think if you go, there are some details. Like if you go back to the manufacturer website where they have examples, they have finials. I don't know if they have it going exactly that way, that's rounded like that, but they do have finial sort of points that they could use at the peak. Like see I guess it's a cupola there's a kind of a finial on it. Now that's a sharper one, a different example, but there are examples. I don't think we would want to do that one. But
I guess it's like a hip termination, but it does seem to be a pretty key detail in the existing roof. I think I'd actually like to see if the manufacturer offers that. I think it would be a mistake to not replicate it. On that addition, they didn't have that condition.
and there's not a peak, it's just kind of a more of a flat gable.
And to Phil's point about the shiny, so a lot of times the barrel tile is got a glazed finish on it. It is very shiny. So that may be worth looking into.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right. We'll close for deliberation. So commissioners, I heard some comments about the decorative feature. I heard some other options or some other materials to research. Any other comments, discussion on those? Commissioner
Now,
Goodman?
the decorative finial, I mean, that's important, but to me, this is a pretty big divergence from what the historic look of that roof that mimics a barrel tile. I mean, I'm glad you brought the sample in because that looks almost like a fabric. And it's a very different texture and color too than what's up there now. And encouraged by the fact that the addition has a very similar look that this does, and it was done relatively recently. See if you might consider. I think that the applicant should consider doing some more research, finding something more compatible.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Any other comments, thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Walker?
Motion.
Oh, We're currently closed, but we'll reopen so the applicant.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to kind of clarify that we were trying to come closer to the look of the neighborhood and the existing roof, which is more of a dull, and I understand the color isn't the same, but it's more of a kind of a dull finish. And we felt like that the newer portion and other samples, they were shiny, more just a very different look than what is there compared to this. I know it's not exactly the same. So anyway, that's where how we concluded going with this particular product.
All right. We'll reclose. Commissioner Walker, you were going to say something or float a motion?
I was going to float a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application, giving the applicant additional time to find perhaps another material that more accurately replicates the current roof material per guideline 4.5 numbers 4, 5, and 8.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Well, since your mic was on, second by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next application is 927 Ideal Way. Lee, are you with us still?
Hey, Chrissy, I am here.
Hi, Lee. Have you been sworn in?
I did listen earlier and said the appropriate
Perfect.
words, but if you'd like to do it specifically, no problem.
Excellent. Let's see here. Lee, is there any way we could see your smiling face on camera?
Yep, let me see if I'm
Thank you.
missing something. And I need to flip it around.
While you're getting set, oh,
Thank you.
perfect. Lee, hi. This is an application for rear addition and chimney removal at 927 Ideal Way. And the applications, you can see it's kind of on this curve here, right before Ideal connects with Sarah Marks, and then this is Park Road down here. And here's some existing conditions of what's on the street. This is the house in question right here, 927, and this is the chimney in question. And then the rear addition will go out the back. It also bumps in. Also have a few more pictures. So you can see the chimney, and then the rear addition will go out here. And with that, I'm going to start on the site plan, Lee, and just let me know what slide you'd like me to go to next. Oh, and please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Lee Maynard, and my address is 1550 Coventry Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
And the floor is yours to talk about the project and describe it for the commission.
Okay, great. Thank you all for having us today. Can't wait to get your opinion on this and see where we go from here. So we are coming on to do an addition for a client. She is recently engaged and is expanding the family, and this is the house that they would like to keep. Some of you might know Mare. She has a little wine shop down the street, so very much wants to, work this out and have a home here for her new family that actually works. So with that in mind, we didn't want to alter anything from the home. She loves it and can understand why. It's just got an incredible front porch. So everything we are looking at doing is staying within the existing kind of street frame of the home. But obviously, a part of the reason that we are here is it is a larger addition. So with that in mind, we are hoping to do just an extension straight off the back, adding in some more living space downstairs and upstairs, and largely matching all existing elements to the existing home. On top of that as well, with the condition of the existing windows, as well as the mixed matched windows from the older existing casement windows to some older but still a lot more recent double hung windows. We were looking at just changing out the windows around the entire home with Sierra Pacific, True Divided Light style wood windows to match what was originally there and bring the whole house up to date. And yeah, as you'll see from the front elevation, which Chrissy had up there, there's very little change in the home. We are proposing to remove the one chimney. We did have someone look at it. It has quite a few issues. And then obviously with the addition, the location of that chimney would not be ideal. And then we did want to actually still add another chimney to match the existing front one on that same back right-hand side. And yep, as you guys can see as well from the side elevations, we've really kept, the entire addition of the home within those front parameters. Obviously, it does add on a decent amount, but we've tried to keep all the details with the gable hip returns, all the trim details as close to the original as possible, as well as the brick foundation cladding. And then this is obviously where the bulk of the work will be going on, is on that back elevation. As it stands, there's a small little covered porch. You have that inset dormer as well. So it'll be removing that and just building the kind of gable end extension straight out from there with a covered patio at the back, as you can see in the bottom left. And then there's a balcony off the top that is also covered. And again, that's, the side elevation, just showing pretty much the same thing as the other side. We're just extending within that front frame of the home. These are just some of the existing conditions that we've documented, from the front columns to the wood siding, to the trim around the windows and doors, as well as those gable returns, etc. All of which we are going to be matching to go back with on the addition. And that's just a bit of a rendering to give you a better idea of what's going back, and just to kind of show how it does blend in, as far as we're concerned, very well with what's already there. And there's very little other changes. We're not proposing any landscape changes or anything along those lines. And then obviously the rest of these slides is just showing you the floor plan and layouts of the addition. That line that Chrissy just drew there, that's pretty much where we're building back from. We did bump it out on the one side to match that existing sunroom. And then on the other side of the home, we bumped it in to kind of retain the distinction from the addition from the existing. Yep, and then again, going upstairs, we are pretty much keeping a very similar layout, but there's no, no changes from that front section of the home. There's no additional dormers or anything along those lines. And again, just going straight back with the kind of gable end addition. That is what we're creating.
I think that's the last slide. Lee, is there anything else you have to add?
No, not at this stage.
There are no callers.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I do. Go right ahead.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Lee. Thank you for your presentation. So our guidelines and application process requires that some information be provided, some of which I'll go over here. Specifically, it looks like we're missing some site plan information, especially with regard to rear yard calculations. We request that the applicants provide impervious area with regard to the rear of the historic structure. Have you done any of that research, or do you know any of that information that you can provide to us?
Yes, I do actually have those numbers. So the open backyard currently, if you exclude that brick patio that is there, which obviously is impervious, is about nearly just slightly shy of 3,400 square foot. Including the brick patio, it's about 2,967, and the additional coverage will be 949 square feet, or if you total it, where it's also going to, again, go over that brick patio, it's 2,443 square foot left open. So not a drastic change, about 500 square foot of additional coverage.
Okay. And then, thank you for that. There seems to be some drawing inconsistency too. On the front elevation, it appears the front door is being changed. Some windows on the existing house, specifically if I'm looking at the right side elevation toward the front of the house, it appears we're going from non-divided light double hungs to 8 light divided light casements or something like that. Can you speak to the windows on the historic structure and if any are proposed to being replaced?
Yes, definitely. So the front door, that, I apologize, that's just a mix up in the program here. There's no intention to change the front door. We are going to keep the existing as is. The windows we were hoping to change. So you'll see on the top of that current slide, that sunroom has the double hungs, and we were hoping to match the old existing casements, with SDLs and all wood, so that it, brings it back to what we feel was the original look of the home.
Gotcha. Okay, so those windows aren't original to the house? And
They're not. That sunroom was an addition at a later stage.
And this gets me to one of the points that staff brought up in the analysis, which is great to see. One thing that we probably will like to see, and Lee, I think we may see you back here, so this will be something to bring with you, is additional pictures and photographic evidence of the existing historic structure. So that will help us in our analysis a little better moving forward. Again, some drawing inconsistencies. I think, we need to, I don't know what program was being used here, but I think we need to see what the actual grade plane or site topography is doing on the elevations. This gets a little confusing to some of us. Let's see, what else do I have? Are there any trees, or on your site plan it wasn't very evident? Do you have any trees that are being removed on the site?
No, none that are in the way of the structure, the proposed.
Okay. again, going back to drawing information and consistency, I think we'll at least need to identify what trees are on site, so we can establish whether any conflict may arise. And then Christy, could you go to, there was like a rendering, a three-dimensional rendering at the rear. So on the back for the addition, there appears to be like a porch with another porch above it and a roof line. And this may be a computer programming thing, but what's supporting that roof on the second floor?
So that would either be supported based on the fireplace, or alternatively, we could actually match it with the columns like on the front porch that we've shown below on the lower porch as well.
Okay. And by chance, do you have the existing square footage of the main house compared to the square footage of the addition?
Yes, so currently it is, do you want heated or including the front porch?
Let's just stick with heated for now.
Okay, so it's 2090 square foot.
That's the existing house?
That's correct.
Okay, and the addition is?
Is going to be a total of 3885 heated.
That's including the existing?
That's correct.
Correct, okay, thank you. So we're adding basically 1,800 square feet.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you. All questions.
And I'll be happy to add those all into any future presentation as well.
Sure. Oh, and sorry, one more thing, sorry to interrupt. So the chimney is being requested to be removed or relocated or something because of the program requirements, or what's the, maybe I missed that, what's the reason for removing the chimney?
So the homeowner had the chimney inspected, and there's quite a lot of issues that need to be addressed with it. And then additionally, just with the design and layout of the home, it's, the whole thing that we try to do here again is not go outside of the parameters of the home, which does make it quite difficult when you have such a narrow home, and you're trying to increase it from, somewhere where you've got one person living suddenly to 4 people. So that is, largely the reason, would just be the functional aspect of the addition.
Okay. Yeah, I would say, so our masonry architectural elements, our roof forms, our windows, these are key elements that we look at in maintaining and rehabilitating if necessary, because they make up the character and the style of the house. I think, as we get into deliberation, I would think that most commissioners here would find it hard to see removing a chimney unless it was a safety concern or something like that.
Okay.
All right, that's all.
Great.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? None? Hearing none, we will go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioner Barth, you had so many good points. I don't know if anybody has any reactions or comments to what was asked and answered. Any thoughts on this one? Commissioner Walker, it seems like you're about to say something.
I was a little confused about the pervious impervious calculation information that we were provided. Did you get that, Chris?
I understood that it has been done and that we appear to be, according to the applicant, under. I think we need to see that reflected on the site. I think we need accurate drawings, first of all. Site plan, starting with the site plan, we need, the pervious or impervious calculation shown. We need trees, we need on the other drawings, I think we need accurate elevations to reflect the grade plane, have notations. I would probably request non-rendered elevations so we could see exactly what's going on. Because at least on my screen, it's a little hard to tell what's going on with the elevations. Anyway, I'll let you continue your thought.
Kristen?
Sorry, in interest of time, that sounded very close to a motion. And was maybe only missing information about the report about the chimney? Why are you looking at me like that?
100% agree. And historically, is that to me, this is an incomplete application, correct?
Okay, so you could say that if
So would that be
kind of heard it.
continuance, it's denial? Or?
So I don't, this is borderline for me. I don't know how to advise you. I'm sorry, I'm gonna pass it over to Jill. Is it, since they've heard the full presentation?
Yeah.
Since they've heard the full presentation, it can't be incomplete?
Correct.
Okay.
They've already begun the hearing,
Okay.
so it would be a continuation, an approval, or a denial.
So I have other issues that I did not have questions on that I wanted to discuss during deliberation, specifically the mass of the addition, its relation to the existing building form, detailing windows. I mean, there's a whole host of things here other than the accuracy and completion of drawings that I have. So for me,
Well, it sounds like we may need, based on the things that you're saying, we may need the applicant to come back, restudy the massing.
I think there's a lot of work here to be done.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add one thing with regard to the chimney. We do have in our guidelines that secondary chimneys located to the rear in less visible areas can be removed. And of course, we've allowed that in the past. And if you look at the front elevation of this house, that chimney is, well, it's hardly visible, if visible at all. And then the chimney that's being added is not conspicuous at the front elevation. So those two guidelines, in my mind, clear the way to remove that rear chimney and add a new one.
4.7.
Yeah, 4.7 numbers 4 and 5.
So that would speak to the acceptance of removing the secondary chimney.
Because basically they're removing the secondary chimney to make it another secondary chimney, right?
So if I were to make a motion, that's probably, the chimney's probably the least of my worries with this application. And I think there needs to be a lot of work here. In my mind, this would be a denial. I think we need to have a restudy of the addition with regard to size, orientation, roof pitch, and compatibility with the existing. We need accurate drawings and additional information with regard to site and drawings.
Would it be a denial or a continuation?
Christy, if continuations are if there's tweaks,
Yeah.
if
So
holistically something needs to be looked at, is that a?
how we've been handling this since we do have a bit of a backlog is if you think it can be tweaked under a continuance, we can continue. We usually give people, we try and work with them a little bit to give them like one shot. And then if it comes back and it doesn't fit your design standards, then it's a denial. And we've just kind of been a little lenient on that because of people have had to wait a little while to get before the commission. But it is at your discretion, really, how you want to proceed. And if you have notes about massing scale, orientation, roofs that you'd like to share or discuss with the commission, I would encourage that.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and float a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following issues, and happy to hear any amendments or guidelines. One, requesting that the applicant provide accurate and complete drawings, including site plan, which show rear yard calculations and any site features, including trees that are to be remaining or manipulated or removed. Would also ask that the applicant provide accurate elevations that are non-rendered for clarity, as well as showing materiality, grade plane, and visions to occur. Would also request, what's my train of thought here? That the applicant, similarly on elevations, that the applicant provide gutter and downspout locations per staff notes. Would request that the applicant restudy the size, orientation, massing, roof pitch, compatibility with the historic design, and with regard to the addition, and that would be for addition 6.20 number 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And would request that the applicant restudy the rear elevation, porch, and structural integrity, looking to historic examples within the neighborhood on how to support roofs and other building elements. Would also request that the applicant study the fenestration across the project as a whole, with more attention towards the addition in looking at window rhythm 6.15 through 16. Additionally, we need more information and details with regard to cornices, columns, railings, hardscape, trim details. We need information about material, siding, window details, etc. And they can work with staff in establishing that.
Per standard 6.14 and
6.14
and 6.18 for materials.
and 6.18.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, motion to continue passes 7-0. Thank you, Lee.
Okay. So all of those cases were from last month's meeting. We are now starting this month's meeting with some consent cases that should, hopefully get us back on track, moving through things more quickly. Oh, Mike.
Maybe we should be a little more deliberate about determining before it's too late if we do have an incomplete application, because I feel like that one was incomplete.
Okay. That's probably my fault too. I didn't give y'all enough time to speak before I turned it over to the applicant, so, flag me down. Yeah. Okay, our next application is 315 East Boulevard. Swee, are you with us? Chris?
Yes, I am. Sweet. I'm here from Clark.
Oh, welcome. Swee, have you been sworn in?
I have, yes.
Yes, you have? Okay. Can you turn, I don't know that we'll need to talk to you, but if you could turn on your camera so we can see you just in case.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so this next application is 315 East Boulevard. It was originally one lot, but it's been subdivided into three. This was a long ago application from 2017. There was a lot of discussion about trees in this corner. And I just want to give a shout out to Ellen Citarella. She caught a mistake on this, and I'm going to walk you through that so that you know what you're approving. But, thank you to her and always participating. And it's the help of the neighbors and the Dilworth Neighborhood Association that helps keep us on track. So, and thank you, Ellen, if you're listening, for getting with me ahead of time so we had a chance to work this out for everybody. What happened is I'm going to go to our agenda supplement. And I think it's an easy fix. There was a sheet in the original approval, HDC 06. This is a critical sheet in site plan. This is the site plan the project was approved with, retaining these two trees and keeping the existing double width alley. So John issued the COA, he issued an amendment a year later in 2018, and this sheet did not make it into the amendment. It was referenced in the COA, it was referenced on another stamped page on the COA, but this page just didn't make it in. And so when I did my amendment in 2020, I used the amended plans, not the original ones. So this also didn't make it into my amendment. So my point is that the project has remained unchanged with a few minor window door changes that staff signed off on. It was adding more windows and doors rather than taking away. I am asking the commission to consider reauthorizing their approval of this project with HDC 06 as the approved site plan, just like it was approved originally. This document right here is not part of the presentation because, like I said, it got lost in translation as this project went through different iterations, and SWE was also not part of the original CLUC team that presented this, so they have new staff. But anyway, the point is the project has remained unchanged. We're bringing it forward for a reauthorization with the caveat that the reauthorization is for the site plan shown on HDC 06. It's a little convoluted. Does anyone have questions for me? Yes, Jill.
Thank you. I do, because as I don't know if you know, but Ellen came to Land Use Committee. We worked on this for a long time. So for she and I not to talk about this in the last week or so was a real challenge. But I do have questions.
So did you talk to her about it? Do you need to recuse?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
that was
okay.
a real challenge.
Okay, good. Okay, great. Thank you.
So I looked it over with a fine tooth comb, and the only questions I do have are two really. And one is, I'm not sure what what all of the driveway, excuse me, the driveway material is? Because I notice on one application it says gravel, on one application it says asphalt.
So excellent. That's back to the point I just made. It was approved as gravel.
So it's gravel.
It was approved as gravel under HDC 06, and that's what we are asking the commission to approve.
Okay,
Is that
great.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other thing, the confusion for me was the two alleys and then, you know, one iteration, there's one alley, one iteration, there's two. But I notice on the HDC 06, there are two trees that seem to be retained. And then on that one that's, I don't know what the number, CS 101, it looks like those two trees are now in the property, not in the alley, and they have X's on them.
Where are you at with CS 101?
CS 101, top left.
Are you in the supplement or are you in the original submission?
I'm in the original submission.
Okay, so my question to you is, are the trees shown here on HDC 06?
Yes.
Okay.
I think they are. I think that's them. It's hard to tell because
This,
they're on an alley in HDC 106.
you're talking about these two and this one?
No, to the left.
These two?
Where those, yeah.
Yep.
Are those the same trees that are shown us on CS 101? And they appear to be in a shaded area that looks to me like it's where that alley should be, but is not.
Before I speak, let me find the page. This one, so slide 16.
Top left, yeah.
Top left, yep. So that's what I'm referencing, is that this site plan is not what the commission is being asked to reauthorize. The commission's being asked to reauthorize HDC 06 because that's what was originally approved.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, so then the trees aren't going anywhere.
Right, and the alleys staying the same and the driveway's gravel.
Great.
Good?
Yeah, I was
Okay,
confused
so,
looking at all.
I know, it's convoluted, so, in a motion, all I would ask, if you decide not to hear this, now, the applicant can request to have the project be heard, but if you decide not to hear it and to keep it as consent, just make sure that you're referencing HDC 06 is the site plan we're reauthorizing. Okay. Thank you. Are we a good, Attorney Jill? Okay, over to you, Nichelle.
All right, any concerns, any commissioners wanting this to come off of the consent agenda? All right.
Swee, are
Yes,
you okay with everything we just said?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry, this is a little unconventional. We need a motion
Okay.
and a second.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone want to float a motion? Commissioner Wong? Commissioner Scott? You up to it? On your microphone.
I'll make a motion to approve this application. The project is not in congruence with the district and meets the standards for new construction, chapter 6, and the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, page 2.5.
And do we need to
With-
reference?
With the condition that we're approving the site plan as shown on HDC 06 from the original approval.
With the condition that we're approving the site plan for HDC 06,
Page 31 of the supplement.
page 31 of the supplement.
Yes, as the site plan. That's the site plan
As
that
the
you're,
site
yep. mhm.
Yes.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been approved. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All right, no discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodman,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, everyone.
all. Thanks for hanging in there with me. And thanks again to Ellen. Okay, our next application, Sweet, I'll follow up with you later. Our next application is 1518 The Plaza. Robin, are you with us?
Me?
Hi, Robin.
Hi.
Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Perfect. Okay, so this next application, oh, let me pull it up.
Oh, I see. You can't, camera's not.
We can kind of see you.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know what's going on here. I can see you. Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm really here.
So this application is also a consent agenda item. The Maras are looking to revamp this window right here on the left elevation. It's currently a glass block window, so, no great loss. But what they're asking to do is just shorten the opening to be an upper sash only, to coordinate with some of the smaller windows shown on the right elevation. So it's back here tucked. It's not in the front two rooms of the house. It's behind the carport. But it is a little visible from the street. So out of an abundance of caution, staff is bringing it to the commission as a consent agenda item. Here's the existing condition of the window. They're requesting to keep all of the framing and just bring the sill up and shorten it to be half the size. And so existing conditions on 12 and then proposed on 13. They're gonna patch in original wood siding to match. And here's what it'll look like after. So with that, we don't have any callers that I know of. Over to you, Nichelle.
All right. Any commissioners would like to see this come off of the consent agenda? If not, do we have a motion?
That's good now.
Commissioner Bell?
Thank you. I do want to make a motion on this, but is it okay if I add a condition, just one thing? If I do a condition, we have to take it off consent?
No, that's great. Anytime anyone wants to add conditions that I don't include, you may. You can choose to use my conditions. You can disregard them. You can add your own. It's your motion.
Okay, just one thing. Well, I make a motion to approve the project with a condition. Well, it's not incongruous with the district. It meets the guidelines for 4.14, for windows and for wood 5.2. The materials for the new window, I didn't notice that they were included and would actually like to see the materials included in the final application and then excuse me, allow the staff to approve those materials.
They're proposing a fixed wood window. Is that okay with you?
Yes, I saw that, but to
Okay.
me, it doesn't look like the real material. Or are we okay if it's just written that way?
That's fine. You can ask them to provide window specifications to staff for approval.
Okay,
Is
so
that
on
okay?
a condition that the applicant provides window specification to the staff for
Yep.
final approval.
And that you're approving a wood window.
And we're approving one window,
A wood
a
window.
wood window, sorry.
Perfect. That works.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin. Um, I said this during the workshop and then completely forgot, and I gotta thank Cindy for reminding me. We were gonna approve the minutes. Can we do that right now before Jill leaves? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, brief pause on applications. We're gonna look at the October minutes and then we'll resume with number 8, 310 West 8th Street. So Laura, you're on deck.
All right, commissioners, we are looking at the October 12th meeting minutes. Any corrections, comments?
Yes, I have a few. I'll go over them. Excuse me. On the first application, 1901 The Plaza. This might be a silly question, but was that a motion to continue or was that a motion to approve?
It's a motion to continue.
It was.
Yeah, does it say approve?
No, it says continue.
Yeah, it was. There, you continued it for more information about the heights,
Yeah, no.
windows, and tree protection plan.
Okay, so then can I change some of the language in that motion to reflect what?
Is it inaccurate?
Well, a tree protection plan incorporating more detail as to the 4-foot distance of a 48-inch tree. I thought it was just a tree protection plan with more detail. I didn't know that there was.
That's fine.
Something about
Whatever,
that.
whatever your motion said.
And then I think the upper level windows needed to be smaller than the lower level windows.
Mhm.
That's one thing. Then on 509 Pine Street. Okay. Okay, the 509 Pine Street, I'm not sure what the last sentence in that paragraph, how that should be changed to read. I had a hard time reading that sentence. Draw attention to the handrail design that the applicant reference certain head standards. I feel like there's a word missing.
Okay. Okay, we'll be glad to double check that.
And then in the second paragraph, interior standards is repeated.
Okay.
Um, 10. And then the last paragraph, Mr. Barth added a friendly amendment for the applicant to place a demising trim board at the rear existing, at the existing rear of the building without will attach.
Yep.
Yeah. And okay, 1921 Park Road. That's a couple more forward. The sentence that begins applicant to provide, I was trying to parse that out so that those directions were clear. I think it's ridge lines and grade.
Okay. What page are you on, Jill?
Okay, I'm on page 11, I'm sorry.
11,
an
that's
easier
okay.
way to do it, yeah. It
Okay.
should be at grade. So the sentence that begins, application to provide, it says then applicant to provide the dimensions from all
grade,
the ridge
yep.
lines at grade.
Dimensions from all, yeah, it's the grade to ridge measurement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then it looks.
And then a period after the word house,
Mm-hmm.
and then new sentence. If changes.
Yep.
And then, okay,
Mhm.
you got that?
Yep. And then there's an extra I on the in there too. The third sentence from the bottom in the middle. It should be, it is a historic material. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then, page 13, no, I'm sorry, I lied, page 14. Nope, I lied again. Page 15.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that some of those standard numbers just maybe need to be changed around a little.
Okay. Check those.
Okay, so 3%. Standard 7.4 is setback,
Okay.
okay? 7.5 is spacing. I'm trying to read my notes and I'm having a hard time, so I so totally understand how impossible it must be for you, for you to get all this. Oh, okay, so now I see it. So, okay, let me start that again. So after 7.3 in that motion, there should be a period.
Yep.
Okay, and then restudy should be the beginning of a new sentence.
Okay.
Restudy, blah, 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 this site per standard 7.4.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it was. And then on spacing, blah, 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 blah,
Mm.
construction, comma, per 7.5 period.
Mm-hmm.
And per, okay, then a new sentence, and per standard 7.7
Yep.
for massing.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep. There's just some punctuation.
yeah, so
Yep,
this.
gotcha.
Right,
All right.
and that's all I found.
Kudos to Jill for a thorough job.
Yes, eagle
Jill's the
eye.
new Tamra.
I know.
We might be giving you more meeting minutes to review. Okay.
So do we have a motion to include the amendments? To approve the minutes, including the amendments, I meant. Okay.
I would like to make an motion to approve the October 2022 minutes.
October 12th.
October 12th, 2022 minutes.
Thank you.
Including the amendments,
With the noted amendments.
noted amendment.
With all noted amendments.
All right, do we have a second? Let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve October 12th meeting minutes with the amendments passes 7-0.
Thanks. I'll send you all Novembers and Decembers tomorrow. We can do those next week. Okay, so do you need a little break? We have 5 minutes. Okay, take 5, and we'll come back at 5:45. With agenda number 8. And I think we're back. Our next application is 310 West 8th Street. Laura, are you with us? You were.
I am indeed. I'm here.
There
Yes,
you
thank
are.
you. Here I am.
Do you have camera access?
I do, and I'm going to start the video right now.
Perfect. Have you been sworn in?
I have. I was at the beginning of the meeting. It's been a marathon, but
Even
so
better.
interesting.
Okay. So this application was continued from September, and Laura's come back with some new information and a alternative design as requested by the commission. I'm just not going to talk anymore and turn it straight over to Laura. Laura, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then I'm starting on slide 6.
Okay, wonderful. Laura Walker, 310 West 8th Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And feel free to start your presentation and I'll scroll through the slides for you.
Okay, great. So in this order, this is a continuation. I have a couple of things I can quickly disperse. So that's good. I do want to give some background. This is the 20th anniversary for me of owning this home. I so fell in love with the 4th Ward of Charlotte 20 years ago when I was responsible as a single mom for taking care of my kids and my disabled parents. To have found this house was like a star shined on my right path. And in part because of this commission, I have never not enjoyed any moment of living here. And I'm deliriously happy that what I saw 20 years ago has been reinforced and extended by you. What I like most about 4th Ward is its eclectic composition. There are truly historic Victorian homes, and then there's a house, an oddball house like mine, and there's mixed unit dwellings, and obviously, along with some of the other aspects of the composition of this neighborhood, we have economic diversity, and I just feel so lucky to live in Charlotte and to hear all of you talk today about how you're trying to be responsible to the city, but also take care of homeowners and architects is very inspiring. So having said that, okay, first of all,
Thanks so much, Laura. If you could talk maybe slightly louder and a little slower for our court reporter, that would be.
absolutely, I will.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. So, having said all that, so there's a couple of things that we can quickly disperse. One is the red garage door with the window panes. Absolutely understand. I should have proactively investigated these standards before my first submission back in September. That door will not have any glass on it whatsoever, as is true of its current state, and it will be painted either a gray or a black, not red. Even though I say red here, I've since gotten reacquainted with the standards. Those, the sample designs for that door, it says page 9 here, but it's actually page 13. So if we could pop in this document, we could just pop to that. So what you're seeing on the left and right are options in terms of the construction of the door. Obviously, the red is not appropriate, but that will either be gray or black, as would the taller design on the left. So that's one item. Hopefully we can check off. The other appears on the page or on the same page just above this. The French and patio doors are all wood. In this case, they're pine. They are clad, but that is for preservation, not for look. They are compatible with the other Pinnacle windows that are now to code on the entire second floor. And so hopefully that addresses the concerns about the wood construction. So the third area that we have to talk about is the staircase restudy. Initially, I had proposed a staircase leading to a second floor above the garage deck on the right side of the home, in a way that made it compatible with one of the home's oddest architectural features, which is the turret, which you can see on page, I think it's 12. Oh, I apologize. I'm out of sequence with it. It's the existing existing design. Thank you. Whoever's trying to track me, I appreciate you. I think it's the page before the one we're on now. The original versus proposed. Let me find it in my document. In my document, it was page 9, which I'm guessing means 16. Here it is. Okay. So although it's small, in the upper left where it says current, this home's roof is an artificial shed roof. It has a decorative turret that is positioned at the highest end of the shed roof that has no function whatsoever, and in fact creates an interruption in the flow from the garage to the home's front door. And so there's kind of a jogging around right now. And what was originally proposed was to make the staircase integral to that turret, which would give the turret kind of a logical reason for existing other than just being decorative. And the concept about the deck is actually, although there's no hope that this home will ever be Victorian, it can have what I would describe as a peer attitude to other homes in the neighborhood, most of which have front-facing porches, front elevation porches. Now, I can't do that on my first level, but I can on my second, which is what I'm trying to do here. Now, just a reminder, I'm not changing anything about the house whatsoever, or the trees, or even the driveway at this point. It is just the deck and the staircase that are impacted by, that impact the front elevation and that I'm asking you to consider. So my original proposal for the staircase was that it be on the right side, as I explained, to sort of give that turret some reason for existence. The alternative that I was asked to prevent is a left staircase, which is on the page just after this. Yes. And that brings the staircase, it sets the staircase a little bit further back, 2 feet, not by much. The difference being that it looks like the entrance to the home is on the left side of the house versus the right side of the house. But something to understand about the elevation from West 8th Street, not just dead on, but also at angles. The front door of this home cannot be seen by walkers by. It is not part of the curb appeal. My front door, since I bought the home, has been very hidden, sort of around this crooked path, and it's also the visibility into it is interfered with by 2 historical trees that I highly prize and will never change. And so there are these 2 options that I'm presenting the commission with in acknowledgement of your feedback in September. I do want to call out that my architect and other people I've spoken with has supplied some information, which is on the last page of my submission. Not sure what page number that is. But this house is not truly an architectural style at all. It is, this part of the home is the main home. There's an adjacent accessory which faces North Poplar Street. I've got a very strange lot that is an L around my neighbor's lot, which you'll be hearing about soon, maybe not tonight, but soon, for a tear down and rebuild. And so I'm trying to work with everything I possibly can in terms of what's right for the neighborhood, what's right for the home, and what honors your principles and mandates. So my architect is more in favor of the right stair option than the left, but of course, I will defer to this group's wisdom. Either option is okay with me. I've been involved in the interior build out of the changes since last May, and I'm ready to be able to use that part of the home again after almost a year. So hopefully I've provided everything that you need in order to make an informed decision or choice between the two options. And that concludes my comments.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no callers.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Goodwin, do you think you can kick us off with this discussion?
Sure, if I have enough battery power, can you hear me? I think my battery's about to, oh,
We'll get you a new one. No problem.
yeah, hi, Laura, thank you. That's
Hi.
much better. Yeah, thank you, Laura. I appreciate your presentation and the things that you've done to address our concerns from the, from the last meeting. Do have a couple questions for you. When we refer to wood doors, we refer to doors with a wood finish on both sides. And definite distinct difference between a wood, what we consider a wood door or window, and a clad door or window. And so it was my understanding from when we last discussed this, that your other windows are wood, are they painted wood? Because we do have standards that recommend or require wood doors and windows with certain exceptions. But in the context of your house, are your existing windows, are they painted wood or are they clad on the outside?
They are wood windows with cladding on the outside for preservation purposes.
And that's all the windows on your house are clad then?
All the windows on the second floor and in the accessory unit, yes.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I'm a little bit confused on, and I think that you had said that the new French doors and windows would be single light, because on some of these renderings, we're seeing multiple lights.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Single light?
You are correct. There are no panes in any windows anywhere and never will be. It's not right for the home. I apologize for the renderings. It just costs a little bit extra to get your architect to keep doing so. The reason the depictions are dated is simply a degree of economics, not plan.
Okay. And you have addressed the garage door color, that you would not use the red color. And
Absolutely not.
that motion, no red. And then
I want to, but I'll let go of that because I understand. Yes, I think it would make the home really, zhuzhy, but that's okay. I have to operate within guidelines, and so gray or black is totally fine with me.
do you have, because black to me, I mean, it's a neutral color. Gray is certainly a neutral color. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I feel like black might stand out. Black would stand out. A gray being a more neutral color. Would you be amenable to just sticking with the gray? Does that matter to you?
I will defer to you. The bulk of the home is gray with a black foundation. So the black could be a nice complement, but there are trade-offs for that. A black garage door is very hot. So I'm okay either way.
Yes, and I've seen issues with black garage doors too, getting as hot as they do, so. And then the other reason for continuation, the original staircase, and thank you for providing an option. And, you know, from our last meeting, the issue, and I realize your front door, your front entrance is relatively hidden. There's nothing wrong with that. We see that in architecture quite a bit. The issue was that the staircase is like front and center. It's all the way out to the very front of the building. And it almost makes it appear like that is your primary entrance. And so the option where you have the staircase on the left side, you know, addresses that concern very well, I think. And sounds like you're okay either way. I can see what you wanting to make use of the turret, you know,
Yeah.
to include the steps. But then once again, you know, what was mentioned in the last meeting was the fact that the steps are just right front and center, on the right, being on the right side. And
The trick about this home is it actually has like 6 entrances. There's no one real front door because of I have an accessory unit on a different street that has its own door. I have 3 entrances to the home on West 8th Street, 2 of which can't be seen from the street. So I'm not saying that doesn't make I can't make it better. It's just a little bit of a 6 and half a dozen thing. Well, if the door is confusing to begin with, I mean, I can't get food delivery. It's they can't find me. So you know, it's kind of that 6 and half a dozen kind of choice. So again, I defer to you.
well, perhaps this way, they won't be delivering food up on your deck.
No, but they'll be delivering it to the left door of the home, which is not my front door.
I'll leave
This
that
is not
between you and your delivery people to work that.
there's one door that is visible from the front elevation on West 8th Street, and that is the door to the left of the home, which is not the home's primary entrance. That's an in-law suite.
Understand.
Yeah, so just again, I defer to you. It's a trade-off. It's a dilemma, which is why I'm asking you to reconsider.
All right, thank you. That's all that I had.
Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Walker?
Where is the front door?
So in what you're seeing right, yeah, if we could zoom in on that, that right, the existing front door, yeah. So the front door, which is red, is not visible from West 8th Street, except at a certain angle, which is somewhere in between my neighbor's privacy fence and sort of a little alleyway. This one tree, and there's another tree right beside it that that interfere with the visibility of the front door. That is dead on. So that's as good a view of the front door as you're going to get.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none, we'll close for deliberation. So Commissioners, starting with why the application was continued, do we feel like the applicant addressed everything?
Yes. 4 continuation items, and all of those were addressed.
Okay, well, considering I don't see that we said we did not evaluate any other items on this application back in September. Does that mean we are ready to float a motion, or is there more discussion?
I'd be willing to float a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Goodwin?
I make a motion to approve this application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, with the following conditions. The garage doors will be a neutral color, gray preferred, with no glass. The new French doors and flanking windows will be single light units. The optional left staircase is approved. Or let me put it this way, the optional left staircase should be installed to minimize the impact on the front elevation. And to work with the staff on the deck horizontal surfaces. Material for the horizontal surface.
To be traditional?
Says Trex or similar approvable materials on horizontal surfaces.
We usually do that. I might have
Can't
made a
really
mistake.
see
We
it.
usually do that where you can't see it, like on the back.
And you really can't see this.
Okay. And then vertical elements are as proposed. Metal.
Yes.
All right. And just to be clear, we are approving the options shown on slide 12 of the presentation, which is on the screen.
Yeah, that is correct. The optional left staircase
Thank you.
is one of my conditions with my motion.
Thank you.
And that's it.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks, Laura. And I'd like to note for the record, at 6:09 PM, Commissioner Walker has left the meeting. How do we feel about getting through 2 more cases tonight? 9 and 10? Yeah, okay. And then we'll hear cases 11 through 16 at the beginning of next week's meeting.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Carolyn, are you with us? Oh, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Unfortunately, I'm under the weather, so I'm not showing the video. I'm
Okay,
not in a good location.
okay.
Um,
If you can speak loud and slow for the.
okay, I will try.
Okay, and have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, so Carolyn, Angie has already been sworn in, and where did this guy go? Chris needs sworn in. Well, let's just swear him in. Swear in Carrie, and we'll have to swear in Chris again.
All right, Carrie, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, this application was continued from the November 9th meeting. For more information about porches and masonry. And then also note on the plans that about the conditions of the front door, and any new front door would be wood. The applicant has brought back some new plans that show the porch columns, a horizontal front porch railing on front and the left elevation and the right elevation. So, Carrie, I'm gonna start at slide 6. And then
Okay.
you just let me know where to scroll to next.
So we were initially referring to the elevation, the porch and the steps, and then the gable. So in the previous, I'm sorry, that's what I'm trying to do. In the previous slides, presentation, the gable wasn't represented properly, so I changed that so that it's represented how it looks currently. And then the porch was brick, red brick. So that's represented here. So the porch and the curtain around the porch is going to be the same as the existing, as the previously existing brick. And then the railing is going to be the same wrought iron railing. The difference will be the columns. The columns will be wood, like the wood columns per the HDC guidelines in the guidebook. And those are really the only other changes. We're not changing any windows. We're not changing any doors. And then there will be fencing, but the fencing is going through staff application. So there's nothing in regards to the elevation, anything else in regards to the elevation that's changing.
Carrie, can you, or Carolyn, can you just talk really briefly about the front elevation, the horizontal rails versus?
Yeah, so that should have, and I didn't even catch that. That should actually be brick. So all of that is going to be brick. All the way up. So you see like where it is right here in that, if you scroll up.
This is all going to be brick here?
Yeah, all of that. I'm sorry. So the curtain is brick. All of this up top will be the existing brick, because that's where it was before. All of this was existing brick. So it's going back to the existing brick.
What about the railing? So here's the.
So the railing is going to be, yeah, where that railing is that you're pointing to, that should all be brick. In the original description of the property, all of that was brick.
All the way up.
So it should look like this, right? Yeah, it should look like the first one. The existing is going to look like the existing. So I think they just made, I didn't catch it, but he made a mistake by putting, do you see what I mean?
So what about this railing here? I'm circling on the left elevation. You see how it's vertical?
So no, that won't be there.
You're not going to put in a railing?
No, it's all going to be brick.
It's going to be brick, or is it going to be open?
Can we go back to the original?
Sure.
Because I'm starting to forget
So
what it
this
looks
is
like.
existing. Here's your proposed.
Can we go all the way up to the original where we see, if it's up or down, I don't remember. It might be down. Right, so yes, so that would be open. So it would be the original look. So it'll be open.
Okay, so you're gonna put in some wood columns here.
Yes, instead of the wrought iron, that's going to be wood.
Are you putting in a handrail to connect the columns?
No, I wasn't planning to, because I was just going to keep it at how it looked existing.
Okay.
How the original looked.
Okay, so
Now, this right here, there were handrails on the original steps.
Right
So that's
here.
going to remain the same.
That's
We're just
gonna remain
gonna,
the same.
it's just gonna go back to wrought iron.
Okay, so this picture shown right here that we're looking at, this
That's
is
the
what it's
actual
gonna
picture
look
of how
like.
it's going to look, correct?
This is how it's gonna look after you're finished.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't need to look at this.
No,
Okay,
because
And
there
then-
won't be any guardrails.
guardrails, okay? And then the same with slide 7.
Yes, ma'am, the same.
Will this
That
guardrail
won't be there. It'll be like the existing where it's open.
where it's open? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, does everyone's on the same page? Okay. So she's proposing it to look like slide number 6, labeled number 1, front elevation existing, to put everything back and just replace the columns.
It's gonna be required by code to have a rail there.
I can work it out on staff level.
All right. Any questions for the applicant?
We have no callers either.
Okay,
So
thank you.
So Carolyn, just to confirm, we're gonna look like this with some wood columns. And this
Correct.
little section's gonna go away, right here.
Correct.
Okay. Staff's comfortable working with the applicant,
Okay.
through the finish line, if you're comfortable with staff doing that.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I just have one question, a point of clarity that had been brought up. The railing, so as you go up the steps, that will continue to be that black wrought iron. Okay.
Yes, that railing will be there.
And staff we can approve rails, so if code, per Commissioner Whitlock's point, if code does end up requiring rails, we can work with her on that. Yeah, yeah. It all depends on like grade and height and all those things, but there's also, anyway, we can work that out. Mhm.
All right. Commissioner Goodwin?
So will the brick veneer be replaced on the front? It looks like it's missing.
Yes, it's gonna be red brick. So the original existing brick. Because what it looks like is whoever the original owners were, it looked like it was brick, but then they repainted it. Like they painted it like a reddish color, but the original existing brick is like a red brick.
So you're reinstalling brick veneer on the front there where it looks like it's been peeled away?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
It
If it's
looks
gonna be
like,
red brick veneer?
and so you're putting up a new layer of veneer,
Yes,
the foundation of the porch. Okay.
correct.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant? And did we touch on the door?
We're not changing the door.
Okay.
So we're not changing the entry of the door. We will change the door itself because, the door is older, but it's going to be the same door that's one of the options in the guidebook.
Okay.
We're not widening the door at all.
We'll have, staff will work with you on that. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, let's close for deliberation. Sounds like staff is very willing to help out with some of these items. So any other concerns, items we need to discuss? If not, any commissioner wants to float a motion? Commissioner Ville, thank you.
I make a motion to, trying to think what I'm gonna say, how I'm gonna position it. I make a motion to transfer to staff.
So you would approve the rebuilding of the front porch
Okay.
with the condition.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, you're
I
good.
make a motion to approve the rebuilding of the front porch on the condition that staff approves the materials selected for the posts, the wood posts, and the brick,
You could read these items.
just the,
Yeah. Yeah.
so the brick,
That the
column,
brick,
or
you're requiring that the brick row lock be reinstalled.
that the brick roll-lock be reinstalled, that the porch columns will be the appropriate dimensions, materials, wood that's presented in the application.
And you're giving staff leeway on the column size. Usually on a house like this, I would ask maybe Chris Barth, what is a good range? 8 inches, 10 inches on a bungalow?
Well, what's there now is pressure treated posts. I imagine
Yeah.
you guys are gonna work with them on detailing and cladding those.
Well, yes. And what we could also do is look at any ghost lines that exist from when they replaced the original post with the metal.
Yeah, I think that we would just, our typical detail is that the columns align, the neck of the columns align with the beam detail. So they would just need to be packed out to match that.
That's great. Yep. Accept that friendly amendment.
Do we call it as an amendment?
You can,
Okay.
if you want to repeat.
Noted as an amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, let's see here.
I think that's it.
Require.
Door's not changing.
Yep. And then any front walkways and railings can be worked out with staff.
Oh, okay. And any front walkways
And then,
be worked out with staff and.
and if they choose to replace the front door, staff can work with them because it's not original.
Right, okay, right. And in addition, if the front door does change, they will work with, the applicant will also work with staff to pick out the approved materials.
Okay.
Can I make a comment and ask, there, all of a sudden I saw a little tiny photograph and it seems like they've made a lot of progress since it's on 29.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
There is no brick roll-lock.
That's
Allow for that.
29 is an example photo of what they were originally proposing. And we had talked with them last time they were here that the commission wanted to see it built back to match existing as shown on slide 25 with this brick row lock.
Okay. Thank you.
And do you want to add that as a condition?
I don't think it would be necessary.
Okay. Candy, do you need us to repeat all that? You got it? Okay.
And we may want to add some standards. We can just reference what's here. For materials, interior designs.
I have section 5 for building, chapter 5 for building materials on wood, pages 5.2 through 5.3. And masonry, the brick also in chapter 5, pages 5.5 and 5.6. And I think we need to just reference the private sites in chapter 8, because we're not changing any of the sidewalks or parking.
What about the Secretary of the Interior standards and porches?
And also the Secretary of Standards.
2.5.
And then porches is
and the
Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5.
2.5, and also the rehabilitation of the building elements porches 4.8.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, the motion's been properly second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote pass 6-0.
Thanks,
Thank-
Carolyn. You'll work with staff on next steps. We'll be in touch. Okay, and the last application.
Thank you.
Thanks. Feel better. The last application for the evening is 2301 Charlotte Drive. Angie, are you back with us?
I'm here.
Welcome back. I've got to go
Thank you.
find. We can't hardly hear you. You sound like you're far away.
Okay, what about now?
It's a little better.
Okay, I'll turn my
Cindy's
volume
going to
up.
find Chris
Okay,
because he needs sworn in. But he's all set up. We have the window samples here.
okay,
I'll just get started and we'll pause and swear him in. But the next application is 2301 Charlotte Drive. It was continued from the September meeting for a replacement request of the original windows. And it's detailed here on the staff memo. Angie, would you state your name and your address for the court reporter, please?
sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And I also want to say for the record, did not give the court reporter my address for case number 1.
I didn't think so. Thanks, Angie. Same address?
Same address.
Okay, case number 1740 Merriman Avenue. Okay, we're gonna pause now. Chris is here and we're gonna swear him in and then I'll turn it over to y'all.
Okay.
Chris, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Chris Gray, 2315 Charlotte Drive.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna start on slide 5. And the applicant has also brought in some exhibits, some window exhibits for Angie, for you joining us and anyone else joining us online. The floor is yours. Let me know where to go from here.
Okay, so thank you again. So first and last for the evening, really do appreciate that. So as you can see from the June 23rd document that we had, we did revise it for the January meeting. And per section 4 of the guidelines, items number 10 through 21, we did do an evaluation of all of the windows on the house. And this is the document on slide 5. We did add a revision to item number 11 on slide number 5, which there's a stairwell and we do need to add a tempered window, which is by code, and we'll get to that in the slides presentation. But we did evaluate all of the existing windows, and this is the evaluation that's still from, the June presentation or so. Slide number 7 is the window that we are asking to be replaced. They are sash kits. Slide number 8. So one of the requests was that we provide a diagram of all the existing windows on the house and their condition, which we did do. So it's pretty clear. F is for front. So F1 and 2 on the left side of the front door will be replaced with a 6/6 sash kit. window number 5 with an 8/8 sash kit on the bottom right of the front elevation, window F6. That is the window that would need to be tempered. There's a stairwell there. And so based on the North Carolina Residential Building Code, section R308, any window in a stairwell needs to be tempered. So that is one of the windows. The center windows over the front door in the gable would remain as is. Slide number 9. This is a close-up of windows F1 and F2, which is diagrammed in slide 8. Slide F3, again, is on the right-hand side. This is interior. So there were some windows that we could get to the interior and some that we could not, and those are diagrammed in here as well. But this shows you the conditions of the windows from the interior as well as from the exterior. You can flip through 11 and 12. I think they're self-explanatory. So if you would go to, sure, slide number 12, I think that, yes. So you could see, if you look closely between the meeting rails, you can see the disintegration of the window sash itself. And you can see that at the meeting rail or the lock rail of the window. Slide 13, I believe, is the windows on the front right of the house. And if you know, I know it's hard to see, but if you actually, again, get to the meeting rails where the lock rail is, you could see that they are misaligned extremely. And the gap between where would have been the weights is missing as well. So slide 14 and 15, again, are just interior. So this one's good. So slide 14, Christy, I'm sorry, if you can go back to that again, you could see the disintegration of the meeting rails of the windows. And that is actually the bottom rail of the upper sash. And so, again, it's more of a defined, yes, exactly. So slide 15, more details. And again, look closely. Paint is amazing. It hides a lot. And I think that was kind of determined in some of the exterior of this particular home as well. I think if this house had sat empty, like some of the other applications that have come before you, and I want to specifically say like 2115 Wilmore, and then I believe it was 1547 Merriman, those homes were empty. And I think if this house had sat vacant and empty, it would have been similar conditions. So the paint on this really does hide a lot of the failures of these windows. 16 and 17, Christy, I think, are the sides. So this is the R, the right side. As you can see, 2 of the windows, they are going to remain. We are not going to replace them. The R1, the right 1 window, is also in the stairwell, and that needs to be tempered by code. There is a non-original window, which is the glass block that will be replaced with a 6-light sash kit to match the existing upper sash of the window right adjacent to it. And as you go down, there's a little bit further down on that slide, you can actually see the basement windows, which is R4 and 5. And those also need to be tempered because of the stair location on the way down. So set slide 17. And again, so this actually shows the muttons, and this was just one of the sash. This is also on the right side. Again, not every window was able to be photographed from the inside due to accessibility. Slide 7, the bottom of 17. So again, kind of looking between the windows, they really don't meet. There's no protection from the elements at that point. 18. So these are the basement windows on the right-hand side, and these are the ones that are tempered that need to be replaced as tempered. If you go a little further down the package, 19. So on the left-hand side, there is one window on the bottom left at the front, at the porch. That window is to remain. We are not replacing that window, but then the other upper windows are rotted in the same fashion. So slide 20. So again, this is from the interior. And if you could see the sill of this window of L3, again, it looks well protected by the paint, but it is not. And you can actually see, so if you look at the upper sash, the bottom right-hand corner of the upper sash, you can actually see that the rails don't even meet, so that it has separated over time. And I think one of the things that I think we take for granted is that, yes, you can replace and you can repair just about anything. But when you're repairing and replacing every single sash in the window or in the house, you're replacing every sash. So whether it's made in the shop or whether it's manufactured, it's a replacement. So I'll get to that other point in a minute, but the bottom half of slide 20. So if you could pan down again, you could see that they don't meet. There's just a misalignment. This one actually has a rope in it. Some of them do not. So the weights have been cut out. And 21, slide 21, same thing. So it just, again, the paint is a cosmetic fix. 22. I want to get to the back of the house. So the rear of the house, there are non-original windows to the house. And that is on the bottom right-hand corner. They're replacement windows. And I know that we do have capabilities of working with staff and replacing the non-original windows. This is a quickly composed rear elevation because the basement is going to have the new windows that were previously approved in another application and the doors that fit here along with the garage. So separate previously approved application, certificate of appropriateness. But I don't know, let's see, slide 23 and 24. So we were asked to reach out to experts in the field that were recommended by the commission. And one of the things that we've discovered in speaking to all the restoration companies is that everything could be fixed. There wasn't anything that couldn't be fixed. And so we asked them to also look at one of the previous applications just to get an opinion just based on photos. And their recommendation was, yes, everything can be fixed. But again, as I mentioned, we actually are just asking for the same consideration of what those windows were replaced under the same guidelines as this application. And that when you're piecing it together and you're just replacing sash and sash and sash and sash, you're truly replacing almost every window in the house. And we're not asking for every single window. We are keeping some of the original windows in this application. And I think Chris has a window stash, and that window stash is from the front number 3 window. And this is probably one of the middle road windows. I believe, Chris, if you would please chime in on that as to what your expert opinion is, because I do consider Chris, as you previously been noted, as an expert in the painting industry as well. So I'm going to let you just take it from there with the presentation of the existing sash.
This is F3.
Great.
And it's actually one of the better examples. I wasn't going to take a window out of the office where they work every day, and I wasn't going to take one out of their master bedroom. Wanted to make sure that we could get things back in, and if we didn't get heard, could be a bit. So in any event, as bad as this one is, it is one of the better units. I'm happy to flip it around so everybody can see it and, describe or, answer any questions that you may have. But like with the shake, I just prefer to let this, do the talking. And piggyback on one point Angie made about previously approved sash replacement and sitting in vacant homes. In about 10 minutes with a 5-in-1 or a putty knife, I could make these windows look like the windows that were in the vacant houses that Angie had referenced. I didn't do that. We ended up with one crack in this one at removal. There are several windows that have cracks that can all be replaced, pricey restoration glass. But I'm happy to walk through if, anything that anyone wants to see here, and I'll flip them over as well. On the inside, there are several of these sashes have severe mutton damage, which again, this is probably one of the better representations in terms of condition that's in the house. And I would say that based on the homes that were previously approved, they are better than, if not any worse than what we're looking at in this instance. So again, I'm happy to walk these around, whatever the commission would like me to do with them. But it was requested we bring in the sashes.
Staff has also supplied gloves if anyone wants to avail themselves.
Misalignment, bigger issue. Several of the, majority of these have damaged muttons that to take apart and rebuild, big deal. Now, probably it is.
So one of the things while you guys are looking, if I may, one of the things that in the expert's opinion was that they could rebuild a sash in their shop. And rebuilding sashes is still a new sash. And I just want to make that point. You're rebuilding it. You're putting in new muttons, you're putting in new glazing, you're putting in new side rails, top rail, bottom rail. Is still it's a new window. It's a rebuilt window. It's not like you're puttying a little hole or a crack. You're rebuilding that. And I just want to emphasize that too. So it would be, rebuilding piece by piece instead of replacing it in its entirety, leaving the jamb, leaving the trim, leaving everything in place, but just doing sash kits, which is what they were meant to do. So a sash kit doesn't replace the whole window unit, it just replaces the sash. And as far as, in the staff analysis, we would absolutely work with staff on, the mutton dimensions that match as close as possible, because nothing can ever be exact, but as close as possible to historic mutton.
Angie, how many windows did you say have to be replaced because they have to be tempered next to staircases? There are quite a few, weren't there?
I believe there are 1, 2, 3, 4 that have to be, and it's on the elevations with the diagrams. I believe there are 4 that need to be tempered. The others are to be replaced. Some because they're non-original. 3 are non-original. And the left-hand side, first floor to remain. So we'd have to count them on the elevations, and we can go through them again if you'd like.
It's 4.
It's 4, okay. Yep.
So 4 to be replaced?
4 that need to be tempered.
To be tempered.
And that is a safety. So because the North Carolina Residential Building Code requires that any window in or at a stairwell has to be tempered. So if you don't fall through the glass, but that is a North Carolina Residential Code.
Understood.
Yep. So if we're going to replace them, we really need to not just repair them, but they have to be tempered glass as well. Does that make sense?
Understood.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do we feel like all of the reasons this was continued have been addressed? Again,
Are you asking me?
actually, that was for the commissioners. We're gonna go ahead and close
Okay.
deliberation. So commissioners, do you feel like all of the items that this application was continued for were addressed by the applicant? And for those that went up and looked at the windows, any feedback, any comments on what you saw on the deterioration or condition, I should say, of the windows?
Well, I appreciate the applicant bringing those sash in and all the work they've done documenting the issues. And I know that the applicant stated that anything can be fixed, and I have to agree. And I just look at our standards, you know, for windows 4.13 and then wood standards. There's nothing that I see in there that would preclude, you know, reusing these windows to meet the standards. In other words, not replacing them. Maybe, and that's just sticking with the standards from what I'm seeing and what I'm seeing with this particular sample and what I'm reading.
Just to make sure I'm clear, you're saying that we should encourage the applicant to fix the standards? Thank you, Commissioner Whitlock.
Losing steam. Our threshold in the past, just to Angie mentioned it, is if the windows, the repairs are such that it would result in rebuilding the window. That's kind of equivalent to a sash kit replacement, but it's the commission's job to determine if the repairs do equate to that, right? I'm gonna go get a couple more mics for everyone.
Keep hitting mine. Commissioner Goodwin?
I'm really torn on this because I can certainly sympathize with the need and the desire to replace these windows with windows that are more energy efficient and even more importantly, well, energy efficient, not only because of the glass, but also because of the way that they will seal, you know, from the outside. And then I'm looking at this 4.14, and it says, if only the original sashes are badly deteriorated, explore using sash replacement kits and retain existing wood window frames. And that's exactly what they are proposing here. I'm really torn, but I do believe that these windows are badly deteriorated, especially where some of the rails and stiles are coming apart. Some of the muntins are deteriorated. And I can relate to what Commissioner Whitlock says, that these can be restored. You can call in double hung restoration. They would be glad to restore these. And I'm torn on this. But I think that this 4.14, number 12, speaks to this. And I think that this could potentially justify replacement of these sashes. I'd also like to add that 4 of them have to be replaced anyway, because of the tempered glass requirement.
Do they need to be replaced if they're just refurbished and not touched, or can the panes be traded out for tempered panes?
Basically rebuilding, they're rebuilding the sash, and then that would equate to what Christy was saying, to permit a sash replacement. If you're, I think if you're rebuilding them.
Any reaction to that, Commissioner Barth?
I mean, I'm no window expert. To me, they don't look incredibly bad. But again, I don't have to rebuild them. I'm not the one doing it or paying for it. You know, I might be curious to hear some testimony from a window restoration company. I mean, we've had some commentary from Angie regarding this, and I have no doubt that she's done her due diligence. But I'd just be curious to see what it would entail to restoring these windows, because they are such a character feature, and I mean, windows are sacred on these houses, so.
And I guess point number 2, we requested 2 additional restoration specialists. So, and I may have missed it, so I do apologize. The 2 additional specialists, what was their feedback? 2 additional.
Yeah, they're on slide
Okay.
23. 24 and 25.
Okay. Thank you.
So they're from, let's see here. Greg Hunter with Salem Heritage. And we might need to reopen. And Greg? And Anthony.
And Anthony, I see it.
Anthony Reamer. And that's Anthony's information's on slide 25. And just a nuance, but an important one, Historic District Commission, staff or commission doesn't recommend any specific contractor. We do provide a list of contractors that have previously worked in historic districts, and I think the requirement was not that they use one of those on that list, but the requirement was that they talk to someone who has done work according to the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. So commissioners, I feel like I heard, as far as us leaning towards the standards, 4.14, number 12. And this is where I'll lean on you guys as the builders and the architects, and particularly the builders, to give us your, I guess, recommendation as far as the windows themselves, replacing sash kits, all of that. When you consider the condition of those windows, is it that we should be suggesting replacement because windows have to be replaced anyway in the stairwell, I believe it is? Or we're recommending repair? Let's talk
Well,
about
first
it.
of all, I don't think there's anything that would compel them to have to replace those existing windows unless they were doing some major remodeling that would have required them to bring things up to code. So I'm not sure that's an issue that we should entertain. That's my opinion. But I certainly, as Commissioner Goodwin said, I sympathize and empathize with them. I know what we're talking about. And I know we're not supposed to take cost into account, but it would be extremely expensive to do it right. Not that replacing the sash wouldn't be expensive as well, but yeah, it's, I appreciate Phil pointing out 4.14, number 12, because that does seem to have some, carry some weight in this decision.
And it's our standards, so.
Yeah.
Well, I know we're not. I know that perhaps we shouldn't be bringing in the other 4 windows that are to be tempered for safety, but then I also think I counted 2 additional windows that were block windows that aren't really technically in line with historical preservation. So that's about 6 windows if we're, technically that we might consider for replacement. So then how many other, could we open the conversation for a quick question?
Sure, we'll reopen.
How many windows total? I know you're keeping some, but what is the total number of windows that you're looking to replace?
On the front, it's the 6. On the right side, the block is in a bathroom, which non-original would want to replace that.
So 7.
So that's 6 front, 5 right, and I'm not looking at it, so this is all from memory. The 2 in the basement that we're saying should be tempered, that is because of a new recently approved addition from previous meeting. So that stairwell will now go past those. So you've got 6, 3, 5 is 11. On the back, it is 4 original, the back facing outside of the district. The 2, the 1 twin, so the 2 that were replaced at some point prior, we want to replace those non-original. And then on the left side, you've got 3 upstairs.
11? Okay.
So, sorry, I'm not looking at the screen, so that's just from memory.
So I guess between safety, encouraging replacement for windows that are like 1990s, and then windows that will be applied due to the pre-approval of the other application, which I know this is separate, it just feels like it's just going to be a hodgepodge of new and restored. I don't know. I'm just bringing that forward because it feels like that it might make sense in this situation to approve window replacement because they've got some new things. They've got trying to keep with the standards and then safety. So that's all. Just a comment. Thank you for answering the question.
All right, we'll reclose. Commissioner Goodwin, did you have something?
I concur with that in that I favor the idea of consistency across a project like this.
So what does that look like? So are we saying, and I know we're just talking and deliberating, are we saying that we are suggesting for consistency and for the sheer number of windows it sounds like needs to be replaced, that we ask for the sash kits to be replaced? Is that what that means, or?
Yeah, just the sashes, what you're seeing here, and not the jambs.
Okay.
Not the sills.
Okay.
All that remains, the heavy casings on the outside, the jambs, the sills, those are staying.
Basically 4.14, number 12.
Correct.
Okay. I think we have a motion, but I'm just thinking we do. Any other thoughts from the other commissioners? It's the last one, guys. Maybe we take a show of hands or, yeah, go ahead. So I guess commissioners, and we can go around the table here and see who's in favor of replacing the SASH kits based on the evidence, the information that's been shared, and our standards. 4.14, number 12. SASH kit replacement. Start over here, Commissioner Goodwin. Commissioner Barr.
Not confident in that. I would disapprove.
Okay. Commissioner Bell.
I would approve.
Commissioner Wheat.
I would approve.
And Commissioner Whitlock.
Christy, we're unable to hear.
I would not, based on that, I'm not prepared to approve.
And Commissioner Whitlock is saying, based on 5.2, number 3, that's wood. He's thinking that kind of conflicts a bit for him with 4.14, number 12. So he doesn't think he would approve replacing the SASH kits for all of the windows they're proposing to replace.
From my perspective, the two window experts, Greg and the other fellows, Shendoa, they were confident elements could be replaced. Now, a lot of the ones that are deemed necessary for safety or whatever that need to be replaced have to do with this stairwell, which are along the side. We have several windows on the front, on the other side, on the rear, that are original windows that are just in need of some repair. That, whether you agree or not, you need some work. So the front of the house being the face of the house, that's fairly important to me at least. The side of the house, I think we can make some concessions to allow for some safety and code and updates and that sort of thing. That's just where I stand. I don't feel confident in reading the evidence provided in the test or the letters from the individuals, as well as just what I see here.
I like the way that you broke that down, and perhaps we could approach it that way. That way it's because we have a little bit of a split, that way it's a compromise between focusing on the primary elevation, the front of the house, giving some guidance there, or having that be a separate decision versus the other elevations.
And speaking to one of the comments I think Commissioner Bell made, which I think was very well thought out, I will like to point out that, in being consistent, that sort of thing, I will like to point out that there are some windows that they're proposing keeping too. So there will be an inconsistency with the current proposed. So, I wouldn't necessarily put too much weight on that. I don't know if that helps.
The smaller windows though.
Yeah, yeah, the smaller windows on the right elevation as well as the front. Which I mean, it's difficult because I appreciate what they're trying to do here. I appreciate the cost that's involved. We can't look at it that way. To me, when this is just such a sensitive thing to write it
So-
off.
Are you saying then the front of the house emphasize the restoration and maybe the sides and the back could be replaced? Is that what you were saying? I just want to make sure I understand.
Not necessarily, but if because of code and safety, if the certain windows associated that needed to be tempered needed to be replaced, I would feel more comfortable pushing replacement of those because it is on the side.
Understood.
And because it has that safety issue, whereas all the other windows, I don't necessarily see that justified as being replaced unless there was, in my mind, much more substantial information to justify that.
Yeah, and I think there is one that in the front that needs to be tempered.
Yeah, that is
that
correct.
right?
Front,
Okay.
Yeah.
front right, because of the stair.
That's
Very
the-
well.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, commissioners.
I'd like to add one more comment.
Okay.
In working on a 100-year-old house right now with very leaky windows, we are not replacing them. But I'm also trying to free them because they were painted shut, and just trying to get them where we can get them in the proper position has been a lot of work. But I do know also that they're gonna leak like sieves, and that to rework those windows, it would be very expensive and make them right. And those windows are in better shape than these.
Okay. So we're having a healthy discussion and debate, and I like it. All very, very valid points and positions. But ultimately, we want to make a decision. So even if that means we, like I mentioned, kind of break it down, elevation by elevation, then so be it. But we need to give some direction. Anybody want to float a motion?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I will make a motion to approve the front. Okay, I need to take a step back because I don't think I'm doing this right. I make a motion so I want to approve the front for restoration. So maybe I need to back up and make a motion to separate the application by elevation, starting with the front, and recommend that the windows in the front, except the one that is a safety that needs to be tempered, are restored versus replaced. Am I doing it right?
Do we need to specify what that restoration is? Or is saying restored enough, Christy?
I'm not a window person, but the restoration would be making sure all the windows are operable and sealed, so there was no separation.
So,
So restoring all the, like the kits or all
so you want to restore the sashes
the sashes.
rather than replace them?
Yes.
Okay.
So restore all the sashes instead of replace. The only exception is the window that needs to be tempered
So
would
let's
be replaced.
are you talking on the front elevation?
Yes.
So, restore sashes F1, F2, F3, F4, and F5. And then, these were always to remain, and then they have approval to replace F6 to match, to be tempered to match existing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Thank you, Christina.
Just with regards to the F6, I would say let's leave that up to them because they're not compelled to just go in there and all of a sudden put in tempered glass just because they're replacing it. If it's not going to be required by a code in this particular case, if they want to do it for safety, then we can, allow that. But I think it's going to look better. It's going to, with the type of glass and the character of the glass will be, particularly on the front elevation, if they're going to restore these, they should, I think, strongly consider restoring F6 as opposed to replacing it. Just my thoughts, but I don't think that, and I'm pretty sure I'm right that there's no, just because they're replacing some windows that they have to replace that one and to be tempered. It just doesn't happen like that way. So.
Okay, so I understood that they were asking to replace the windows to be tempered. So did I misunderstand that? Or was that more of a?
Yeah, if they want to do it for that reason, safety, yes, by all
Correct.
means. But it's just not something that I think we should dictate that that's what they're doing at the place.
Oh, see, I'm not presenting the motion as a dictation rather than in support of what I see before me, which is to replace.
Yeah, but I would just say that they would have the option to do it or not, to restore it or to replace it, not, yeah,
Okay.
that's my thought.
So the front, going back, so the front F1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 would be restored. F6, meaning the sash kits, et cetera. F6, we would leave it up to the applicant to make the decision to either restore or replace with a tempered kit.
Yeah, and if they did make the decision to restore it and the inspector requires it to be tempered glass, you could change out the glass too.
Oh, yeah, that's right, with the tempered kit. Yep.
So that'd be part of that restoration is to use tempered glass.
Yep.
Phil, are you saying restore that window with tempered glass or sash replacement kit?
Restore it if we're trying to keep the front elevation with the original windows and the original look, then we'll give them the option again, as in this motion, to either replace it or restore it. And if they have to do tempered glass, you can restore it with tempered glass. Just replace
so I'm
the glass itself with tempered glass.
Yeah, I would say that if we're suggesting a replacement sash kit of F6, F5 needs to be done for balance.
Sounds like we don't need to do that.
But if
They
we're
can
not doing
restore
that,
it.
then
So I'm going to back up and restate F6. F6 will be restored, and it will be up to the applicant as to whether or not the panes are tempered or left in the original glass, like just regular glass. Is that right? Okay. And then the other, also adding to the motion that the right, left, and the back will continue based on the completion of the restoration process to the front. Meaning, oh, did you want to add something?
No.
Because I thought we would, if we're going to break this down, we would start with the front, let the restoration happen. Because I'm going back, Oh, no.
We can't do that. I'm sorry. You have to make a decision on the case. We only
Make a
have 6
decision on
months
all the windows.
on the requested application within 6 months. The deadline, you can continue it, but you would need to be very directive with the information the applicants to bring back. And you have to make a decision on this case by March 8th, the March 8th meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think we're there. So if you want to have multiple motions for this one application, that's allowed. So if that's what you want to do, we can start with the primary elevation and give them direction there, vote on that. And then with the other elevations, we could have a separate
Okay.
motion.
So I guess we need a,
So that first motion, let's go with that first.
yeah.
Okay, do we have and standards? Could you repeat the motion for us, Commissioner Bell?
Well, yes, I can. Okay, so I make a motion to, for the front elevation, F2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to have the windows restored. The exception with 6 is we defer to the applicant to make a decision on whether they want regular glass or tempered glass panes.
And site standards?
Oh, the standard is,
Is it 4.14 and 5.2?
I'm trying to find the number. Guess it would be 2.
So-
3.
Oh, 1, oh,
4.14, number 2, and 5.2, number 3.
okay.
All right. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a second by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes, that vote passes 6-0. And now for the other elevations, the windows in the other elevations, do we have a motion on that, on those?
So let me make sure I understand. There's a new stair on the approved project going in. So code is going to require that those windows be updated with tempered glass. Do I under?
That was my understanding.
And then we have, on the right side, we have a glass block window, which is non-conforming. They want to replace it with an upper sash window to mimic the others. To me, that's fine. Going around the back. Well, and then there's also R1 was a sash replacement from some time ago that needs to be replaced. So in my mind, those 2 windows can be replaced, or, new windows can be put in there. The other windows around the house, I think, is the same situation as the front.
Okay. Restore?
Yes.
Any reactions to that from the other commissioners?
So I guess on the right side, we're looking at R1, R2, R4, and R5. Is that correct?
And what's the deal with R3 again?
Yeah, what about R3? I'm with you, Michelle. I think R3 would be up for restoration.
Okay.
Can't speak.
So R1 and R2 replace,
4 and 5. Sorry, and 4 and 5.
and 4 and 5. R1, 2, 4, and 5 replace, R3 restore.
As well as the rear L1, 2, and 3, and B1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a second. I don't know if those, what is it? They're not listed. The orange ones on the back, if they need to be, they're indicated as being replaced, but I don't know if they're original windows. We need to open for clarification.
Let's reopen to get clarification from the applicant.
Non-original, the twin.
On the rear. Okay, thank you. We'll
Slide 22.
So we're approving replacement of R1, R2, R4, and R5, as well as the 2 ganged windows on the main floor. Everything else is restoration.
Okay. And the left side?
The left side, everything, yeah,
Restoration.
under the rest of the windows, yeah. Do you want me to restate and float that?
Yes, please.
Would like to approve the replacement for new windows as specified for windows R1, R2, R4, and R5, as well as the 2 ganged windows on the main floor highlighted in orange, the remainder of the windows on the left, right, and rear elevations not mentioned, and the approval will be slated for restoration.
All right. And that's based on standards.
3.14, what was it?
Was it 4.1?
Or sorry, 4.14. Was there a standard number? Number 12. And 5.2, number 3.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion approved 6-0. Thank you, Chris and Angie. As it is now 7:24 PM and we have run out of time this evening, we are going to recess the meeting and reconvene at 1 PM next Wednesday, January 18th, 2023, to continue with tonight's business. We will resume the hearings on cases 11 through 16. Thank you. on January 18th at 1 p.m. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.